und sehen. Gut. Die Beleuchtung ist heute schwierig, weil die Sonne so brutal scheint.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, Professor. How you doing?
Wonderful. Yourself? Because thank you so much for all these transcripts.
It's been a challenge, I'll tell you.
I understand, but that's our job.
That's right. I wouldn't turn it down. Yep.
Okay, for all the interpreters, everybody, good morning, everyone, incidentally. Dr. Happ, I see you, I see Dr. Conrad and Professor Robert.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to a number of you. First of all, please put your channel on. So you go to the English or German channel. Everybody selects his or her preference. As I mentioned yesterday, it's a binary choice. And then we got two messages overnight. One was that the claimant will not ask further particulars about Dr. Cohen's presentation. I see Dr. Happ nodding.
That is correct, Mr. President. Yes.
Yes, that is correct. We will raise those issues in cross-examination and during closing.
Okay, thank you. And then we have an application by the respondent about an update of the report on decommissioning, sorry, and that we have invited the claimants to comment on it in writing. Any estimates when that comment may come in? Dr. Happ, I see you looking as if you're already writing.
But that's not a written response. I think my Swedish colleagues would like to comment on them, in particular Mr. Rangwald.
Oh, Mr. Rangwald, it's your...
I can't give you a precise timing, Mr. President, but we're working on it, and,
okay,
and we'll.
Sure.
I understand we will get the day, so we will try to get this done as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. All right, then anything else, Mr. Rangwald, before we start for the claimants?
Yes, we have,
okay,
Mr. Chairman, we have one other housekeeping matter, and that concerns the discussion yesterday about possible post-hearing briefs.
Yep.
Claimants are of the view that there is no need for any further post-hearing submissions or post-hearing briefs. We feel that the tribunal has been sufficiently briefed over all those years that we've been doing this. You have all the information you need to take a decision. As one would say in German, die Sache ist ausgeschrieben. So we ask the tribunal to, as soon as possible, render its award based on the arguments, documents, and evidence before you, or rather it will be before you as of the close of Friday afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further also for the claimants?
No, not for the time being.
Okay, then Dr. Conrad or Dr. Pika, you would like to address this point or any other point?
Yeah, respondent believes that post-hearing briefs precisely on the two matters raised by the president, which they would like to have discussed in the post-hearing briefs, would make sense. And also to avoid any problem with claimants, that if this tribunal decides on the portfolio effect to claim that they were not properly heard and ask for an annulment of the award. Therefore, we believe for the portfolio effect, it would make sense in order to ensure the fairness of the proceedings to claimants. Plus, this first point, which I have the slight suspicion came originally from Professor Brouwer, skeletons with references on the evidence discussed this week. I remember in the 2016 hearing, that was your idea, Professor Brouwer, for the scope of the post-hearing submissions.
It is slightly more limited what we have in mind for the time being. But okay, we have heard on both sides on these matters. One thing to you, Professor Robert, the portfolio matter. Do you wish to express anything further? Because you stated at the opening statement, or you or your colleagues, that there was a whole new development in the rejoinder of the respondent. And then
which is true.
we picked it up your point and then said, look, we want to give you a chance to present your case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let's be straight about this. We should have been given that opportunity prior to this hearing, and we asked for it. We weren't given it. Now it's too late. We say you have to decide based on what you have before you, because otherwise we'll be opening up the Pandora's box again. I mean, we've been doing this now for several years. It can't go on like this. It's time to take a decision. It's time to render an award.
Right, then we know where we are. Dr. Conrad, anything further on this?
If Professor Robert would like to waive any annulment grounds if this tribunal denies the claims on the basis of the portfolio effect here and now, that's fine.
Well, Dr. Robert, the invitation is on the table.
Yes, I mean, I'm not going to get into this. I will not use the French word I was going to use, but I have said enough about this.
Right. Then we move on to continuing the cross-examination of Dr. Graaf. Dr. Graaf, good afternoon to you. Can you hear me?
Ja, ich kann Sie hören. Es ist etwas.
Yes, I can hear you. There is certain echo in the microphone of the interpreter.
Ja, kennen Sie noch ein bisschen? Geht es noch ein bisschen? So ist besser, ja.
Anna, is it resolved? Okay, Dr. Graaf, can you hear me now?
Yes?
And not twice, apparently there's an echo, but once.
Das hatte ich jetzt nicht verstanden.
All right, okay, that was my test. So, can you hear me only, if I say a word, do you only hear it once or do you hear it twice?
Ich höre Sie leise Englisch sprechen, ja.
I can hear you in English very softly in the background.
All right, okay, but then the interpreter, do you hear her now?
Aber die Dolmetscherin, können Sie sie nur einmal hören oder mit Echo?
Interpreter, you are in English.
Yep.
Sprechen Sie doch mal kurz.
Yeah? Okay, Anna, sorry, you should do.
Mr. President, can I make a suggestion?
Von wem sprechen Sie? Vom Interpreter oder von Professor Berg?
Professor Berg schweigt jetzt.
Nur einmal, ist okay, ohne Echo.
I'm fine now. I can hear the interpreter without an echo.
Okay, right. Okay, so we're all set now.
Mr. President, can I make a suggestion? In the button on translation, if the expert clicks on it, there's 3 choices: off, English, German, and below is mute original audio. And I think if he clicks on that, then the original
he's muted
audio
right now,
will be muted and he has only the translation. There should then be no echo.
That's how it's set up right now.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's all set.
Right.
Thank you.
Helpful, Dr. Rapp. Dr. Rapp. Okay, thank you. Then we can proceed with the cross-examination.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Graaf. I have some questions regarding your presentation. Can we start?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can I first ask FTI to enable screen sharing for my colleague, Mr. Lewandowski? Ralf Lewandowski. Very good. You see on the screen PDF page 7 of your presentation, the slide with the title Routine, Maintenance and Plex Costs. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And on that slide, you compare what you say are cost estimates for Krümmel and Brockdorf. And the slide says there's a difference of 1,057 million. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And is it correct that the slide says you compare Vattenfall's cost estimates for Krümmel with Vattenfall's cost estimates for Brockdorf?
Ja,
Yes.
Okay, and these cost estimates which you compare, they are excluding your corrections, so you have not changed those cost estimates?
die teilweise ja, diese
Partially, yes. This large figure, the billion, is not included.
einbezogen ist, wenn Sie das
Included is,
die nächste Folie
if you look at the next slide, then I can show you what was included.
Dr. Graf,
Could
perhaps
you
the
show me the
No,
next
wait a minute, Dr.
slide?
Graf. Let's go one slide back. Perhaps you can clarify it then. We go to slide 6. Okay, and is my understanding correct that you there campaign the very same costs, just spread over time, and that you therefore at the end reach the same conclusion of a delta of 1,057 million?
Ja, diese 1,057 Millionen sind
Interpreter corrects herself. It is 1.57 million are the same, but they are shown here differently over time. The way how they appear in NAV 105 and 125 of the claimants, where you can see a chronological development or progression. This is something that can happen only with large-scale projects.
Okay, thank you. Now there's a footnote on that slide, and my colleague will zoom in order to show it and make it more readable. And that footnote refers to appendixes of your fourth report. And for Brockdorf, these are appendixes 5 and 8. Is that correct?
ja, wird wohl stimmen, ja.
Yes, I believe it's true. If you show it like this, yes, it must
And
be.
thank you, Dr. Graf. And are we to understand that we find the cost numbers which form the basis for your graph in your appendixes?
Ja,
Yes.
Thank you. Then let us move
das sind auch
first
die
to
Zahlen,
Appendix
die dann
8,
bei
which
Mrs.
shows
Hardin erscheinen.
KBR CapEx.
Frau Hardin erscheinen.
These are the numbers that appear later. It's Dr. Graf and also in the presentation of Dr. Hardin.
Dr. Hap, can you please slow down a little bit because there was an overlap.
I will, Mr. President. I thought the witness had finished. I apologize.
No,
I'll wait a little
and
bit
when you
longer.
asked the question, he was still speaking in German.
Good. Let us look at Appendix 8, which you now see on the screen. There are 4 sections in this appendix, 4 different tables. Do you see them? The first one shows production and operating hours.
Ja,
Yes.
Thank you. The second section has the headline KBR NAV 252 / NAV 110 CapEx, and then in brackets, including cost escalation. That section claims to show figures from NAV 252 and NAV 110A, correct?
als Basis ja.
As a basic, as a foundation, yes. As a starting point, yes.
Okay, what do you mean by starting point? Are these numbers which are in those lines, are they taken from the documents NAV 252 and NAV 110A or not?
Teilweise. Und teilweise sind sie
In
leicht.
part. And in part, they have been modified while doing the transition from the calculated values to the lump sum cost. I go into detail if you wish.
No, I'm just confused a little bit because you've said at the beginning that the numbers are claimants' numbers. And let me quote to you what you said in the transcript yesterday, day 12, page 3586, line 15 to 16. There you said, this is all data from the claimants, nothing from Graph in there yet.
Denke auch, dass gesagt worden ist mit kleinen.
I believe it was also said with certain minor adjustments when working towards the lump sum.
Okay, let's look at those.
Where the claimants pass from the calculated costs to lump sum costs because there hardly any costs appear, for example, among CAPEX costs. You could put up on the screen NAV 2.52.
We will do that a bit later, Dr. Graf. But I understand that the figures which are in the line maintenance, NAV 252, and OPV consents do not directly reflect what is in the document NAV 252. Let us look at another aspect of Appendix 8. You have confirmed that the top line says KBR production, and we will now move to the right side of that line, to the end. Do you see there a total number of 287,017 gigawatt hours of production?
287 Millionen. Gigawatt, yeah.
Yes, I said first million, and no,
Correct.
but yeah, it's gigawatt. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So that amounts to 287 terawatt hours. And is my understanding correct that this is the amount Brockdorf would have produced according to your table from 2011 to 2038?
Could Dr. Hub repeat what was the last year, please?
2011
till when?
The question is 2038.
Eine Bemerkung. Diese Zahlen.
Yes, one comment. These figures regarding the availability that were calculated here are not mine. They are the result of the calculations of the input I gave to Mrs. Hardin regarding the unavailability data that I had given her. The calculation in these tables is done with a program of Mrs. Hardin, and the gigawatt hours is something I absolutely paid no attention to. I must say, as an engineer, I answer the question, how many, or rather, the availability data the Mrs. Hardin had used originally, and this is something I explained during my presentation, were these realistic or did they require certain correction? And then I gave Ms. Harden days for correction, and this is something that has already been approached. How many days, for example, from my point of view, would be necessary additionally for the long term, for the different years? How many you should or could add, taking into account additional examinations or tests, and taking into account the projects that Trimmel carried out. I made a calculation of the additional days, and these additional days are given to Ms. Harden for her calculation program, and she made the calculations. I did not carry out any Excel calculations myself.
Okay. Thank you. Did you notice, Dr. Grauf, when you made those calculations, that this table assumes 287 terawatt hours of production, while Brockdorf, as of beginning of 2011, only had 240 terawatt hours of production left? Your table assumes 47 additional terawatt hours of production.
Ich habe diese Zahlen für die
These
Terawattstunden
figures for terawatt hours was not used in my calculation because it's not relevant for my purposes. For me, as engineer, the question was posed to me, if the hypothesis, the assumption of unavailabilities accurate, or should it be adjusted? That is what I did. And this information that you have to need, that there should be more days, is attributable to Mrs. Harden, and she makes the calculations. And you would have to ask Ms. Harden how these 270 million came about. This is not my report, and I cannot verify this number because I have no idea how it was calculated.
Thank you.
I
Is
was charged
question to
with
the interpreter.
costs.
Is the witness finished?
I was supposed to give some input to Mrs. Harden, and that's exactly what I did. My first slide that I showed yesterday, I indicated what the scope of my task was.
Good. Then I understand that you did not check the terawatt numbers and you took the numbers which were provided to you. I have another question which however is relevant. If you look directly at the cell at the upper blue line, at the number between total, you see that your table assumes an operating time until 2038.
Ja, das
see
muss
that?
eine dieses auch, ja.
Yes.
Good. Do you know, you do know, do you, that claimants based their models of KBR's costs on an operating time until 2032 only?
Man hat mir eine
I was given in the scope for my work that I should calculate the costs corresponding to this information as to running time, operating time. I didn't do that. I had used the LTO positions. I was supposed to calculate those. And that was the scope of my commission. Assuming that the plant would be operating as long as what you see here. And this is not a result of my analysis. I couldn't have done such an analysis because I don't have any input. I would like to repeat again. I calculated the costs for the time that the plant was supposed to be operating according to the data I was provided with. That had to do with the maintenance cost and how that would affect the maintenance cost. That was the scope of what I was supposed to do.
Dr. Grauf, my colleague.
Dass ich
Doc-
unter Annahme LTO das machen muss.
It was indicated that I was supposed to assume LTO, and that was what I was supposed to do.
Can I ask the interpreter to indicate when the witness has finished? Dr. Grauf, did you review
Ich habe sie
Mr.
abgeschlossen zu dem Thema.
Kaczmarek's models?
The interpreter now could not hear Dr. Hart because Dr. Graf continued speaking. The apologies. Can the interpreter ask Dr. Hart to repeat the question?
Dr. Grauf, did you review Mr. Kaczmarek's calculations and methods when you wrote your report?
Ja, ich habe sie zur Kenntnis genommen.
Yes, I took note of it. And from the report from 2020, the witnesses stopped speaking.
Thank you. I'm showing you now.
He continues, and Dr. Kaczmarek indicated in his report and lamented that the real utilization rates, the actual utilization rates, when compared with actual figures up to 2018, were significantly higher than in reality. He complains that the utilization rate was determined at a too high level.
Dr. Grauf, I'm showing you a page of your fourth report. It's on PDF page 70 in paragraph 331. And there is a table where you compare availability estimates. And the first line compares for Brockdorf. And there in the last column called Grauf estimate, it reads Grauf estimate 2011 to 2032. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. We now scroll down a little bit to paragraph 332. And do you see paragraph 332? There it says in table 3, I have compared the baseline utilization rates with real plant availability rates for the years 2010 through 2018, and with my estimates until 2032. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Who gave you the instruction or the data to calculate a production of an operating time of Brockdorf until 2038?
Das ist eine gute Frage. Da müsste ich noch
That
mal
is a good question. I would have to go back to my original documents. And if you could go into that document.
Not now, Dr.
Could you go
Graf.
further to
I
the
have
right?
a couple of more questions. Yeah. Ganz.
Gut.
Very well.
Now, Dr. Graf, I have a couple of further questions relating to this. We have just discussed that Clayman's model of operation of Brockdorf runs until 2032, and that your Appendix 8 goes until 2038. Would you, based on your experience, agree that every year of production after 2032 incurs OPEX and CAPEX?
Ja.
Yes.
Und die sind auch
And these additional
oben.
And they are seen, they are calculated above, and there is an input. There should be an input to the year 2037 for maintenance costs in NAF 252. And I would like to look at 252 up to what year the calculations on here.
We will do that in a minute. Now,
Mr. President, Dr. Graf explicitly asked to answer the question on the basis of that document.
He has sufficiently explained his answer. Dr. Help, please proceed.
thank you. Dr. Graf, as you just said, every year of production past 2032 includes additional CAPEX and OPEX, which are found in your table. Is then correct that if Clayman's model ends in 2032, that such additional CAPEX and OPEX is not in Clayman's model?
An der Stelle muss ich erstmal passen.
At that point, I need to pass. I would like to look at NAF 252.
No problem. My colleague will put it on the screen. That is document NAV 252. And you see there's a right column on the right side where it says, and now comes the German word, Mittelfristplanung, which translates as midterm
Die
planning.
nächsten Seiten. Es gibt Seiten bis zum Ende der Kalkulation.
Yes, there are further sides all the way to the calculations.
We will do that. Do you agree that on that first page, you'll see the year estimates until 2016?
Ja.
Yes.
And that there are numbers in the columns, estimates for the individual years?
Bis 2015, ja.
Yes, up to the year 2015.
And there's something in 2016, isn't it?
Ja.
Yes.
Good. My colleague
Und gehen
will
Sie mal
now
nach 2017, 18, nächste
Yeah,
Seite.
we'll do. Yeah, we'll do that. Please go to the next page. That is still until 2016, different projects. So we'll go on the next page. And now you see the years 2017 to 2022, and there are lots of zeros in there. And we'll scroll further down. And you'll see lots of zeros for the years 2017 to 2022. And my colleague will scroll further. the years
Und die Zahlen
23.
gehen bis 2028 oder
Sure.
noch weiter.
And the numbers go all the way to till 2028 or further, don't they?
Well, there's a zero for every year,
Letzte
isn't it?
Seite.
Weiter.
Ja, das ist ja das Grundproblem, dass da überall
Yes,
Nullen drin
that is precisely the problem, that there is a zero everywhere.
Dr. Rauf, do you know what a midterm planning is?
Ja, ich weiß, was eine Mittel.
Yes,
Eine Bitte hätte.
I know. I would have a request, please. You did not show me the complete document.
Gibt es noch mehr Seiten?
There are more pages to it. Here it stops at 2028. Is this the last page? Here we can see it goes all the way to 2034. Please,
Oh.
there you are.
Dr. Rauf, we are now scrolling through the pages. It even goes until 2040
Und bis
And so-
2040.
Yes,
And
all the
further
way
down.
till 2040.
and further down. And there you see the total sum. It's on PDF page 11. And now we move on. Next page. And now you see a different projects. It's called investment projects, OPEX, KBR, but this is essentially CAPEX. Again, figures until 2016 aren't there.
Ja.
Okay, next page.
Yes,
These are further projects, also with figures until roughly 2016 aren't there.
Ja, weiter bitte.
yes, and let's go on.
Still until 2016, so we move one page further. Next page. And now the years 2017 to 2022. And there are no estimates on there. Next page. Still no estimates. Next page. Next page. For the years 2023 to 2028, nothing in there. Next page. Next page. Next page. Next page. We are now on page 33. There's still no numbers in there. Next page. Next page. The years 2035 to 2040. Still no numbers. Next page. Next page. Next page. This goes until 2024, and you see summaries of the figures in there. Next page. Next page. And that's it.
Ja,
Yes,
Dr. Rauf, do you agree that we only have seen specific cost estimates for the years 2011 to 2016?
ja,
And
yes,
do you agree that 5 years are the usual scope of a midterm budget planning?
das kann sein, ja.
yes, could be, possibly, yes.
And do you see, for example, on the screen here that the table no longer is called Mittelfristplanung, German word, but the German word Langfristplanung, which would mean long-term planning?
Ja,
Yes,
So NIV 252 is a midterm planning for 5 years and doesn't go beyond 2016.
Ja, und Herr Kaczmarek hat das
Yes,
genau.
and Mr. Kaczmarek did it exactly same way. It went beyond 2016 because if I'm supposed to calculate LTO, a long-term planning, I have to make some kind of cost estimate for the long-term plan. And that's exactly my problem with the whole story, that you only plan until 2016. And in the conversation with Dr. Klein is something that came out very clearly. From there on, you make a projection, extrapolation, a model. This is something that Mr. Kaczmarek did, and this is what I did as well. Because a cost estimate I can only say Brokdorf doesn't have any cost until 2044 or so and so many million. Is that is not a hypothesis on which I can base an LTO calculation. Sorry.
Thank you. Do you agree then that there's no long-term cost planning of Brokdorf which is made by E.ON on the record?
Es gibt für diese
There are for these compared Plex project for Brokdorf, there is a planning in NAF 110. It runs approximately till 2025. There is one for that.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen. You certainly refer to NAV 110A. My colleague will put it on. Well, it takes a second. There it is. This is NAV 110, but we need NAV 110A. Okay.
Die unterscheiden sich nicht in dem Punkt, aber Sie können es richtig aufnehmen.
In this regard, there is no distinction between them, but you can use it.
And we see here two lines of costs for OPEX and CAPEX, which run from 2019 to 2028. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, we move to the next page of this. And please ask my colleague to highlight the first paragraph of the text again. Yes. And do you see the last sentence, which reads, these costs are incremental to base level costs that would be required in absence of lifetime extension.
Yeah.
So what you have here as a cost estimate is just the specific cost of lifetime extension, but no CAPEX and OPEX calculation for the baseline operation of the plant, isn't it?
Das habe ich. Können Sie das nochmal wiederholen?
Could you possibly repeat that, please?
The last sentence says that these costs are incremental to what it says base level costs, and that base level costs are those that would be required in the absence of lifetime extension. And my question is, do you agree that the costs in NAV 110A are just the specific additional costs for lifetime extension, but not a CAPEX and OPEX projection for all the costs arising in those years?
Ja, das ist absolut klar.
Yes, that is clear, obviously. This is exactly this cost packet, which corresponds to NAV 105A, the Plex costs that Krimmel calculated for the consideration of aging. And this is the corresponding part for Brockdorf. And since I was supposed to calculate or configure LTO, obviously I evaluated these costs. They don't seem to be feasible for a mid and long-term plan, and I accepted these 100 million without including additional costs. And this, I went about it exactly in my calculations for unavailability, such the same way that E.ON assigned them or attributed them to the different years, to the respective years. Because these costs in the model of Mrs. Hardin have to be in this list. Otherwise, you would have to ask Mrs. Hardin, but I don't see any reason to doubt that.
Okay.
And you also see that my apologies, you wanted to ask something. I'll end
Yes.
now.
You have indeed put into your calculation the costs in NAV 110A. That is the second line in the section KBR NAV 252. And that is not something I would dispute. But it still remains that your line maintenance NAV 252 includes figures beyond 2016, which cannot be found in NAV 252. Do you agree?
Ja. Brockdorf
Okay.
Yes.
hat
Brockdorf had for this rehabilitation project, that is, the preparation for a long-term operation analog to Krimmel, carried out or thought of an investment in order to get prepared or to get fit for a long-term operation. And parallel to this, or additionally to this, and that's what I want to say, they're always running capex costs that in NAV 205 and 252, they are listed. And that's why I also look what Mr. Kaczmarek was doing with that. These costs are either simply used for a median value or with an unexplained value. Dr. Klein derived from this that these carry forward were based on the experience values, on the empirical values, before there was this fiasco when production was stopped. He explained it with that. He did not explain how the costs were calculated. I tried to understand over and over how the transition after 2016 would work. And you do not find any information whatsoever in this regard. And that is why Dr. Kaczmarek made a model. And I evaluated, I assessed if this model was accurate or if it had to be adjusted minimally, because the costs that are indicated for Brockdorf over a very long period of time, those were used by Mr. Kaczmarek in his LTO calculations. He used the same information that I had. And he used those. And that is exactly the huge problem with this entire calculation. That in principle, there is no transparent calculation that goes beyond for OPEX and CAPEX. And for me, the calculation and the values that come from the assumptions for Brockdorf in the projection and carryover for after 2016 can be considered plausible because they coincide with what my experience has been in my plan that is exactly to Brockdorf.
Okay. Dr. Grove, you just said it's transcript at 6:49:34 to 6:49:37 that the model had to be adjusted minimally. I'd like to speak about that.
Ja, zum Beispiel. Ja,
Wait, please.
zum Beispiel. Ja.
I will ask you about these adjustments in detail. Firstly, is it then correct that the numbers which are contained in the line maintenance and brackets nav 252 closing bracket hyphen OEPV/consens are not exactly the numbers from Clayman's model, but they have been adjusted?
Ja,
Yes,
And is it correct that you have not disclosed such adjustments in your Appendix 8 because you have a separate section which is called corrections and additions, but these adjustments cannot be seen there?
in addition, welche vermissen Sie?
which are the ones that you say are missing or that you do not see?
Dr. Grauf, you have confirmed to the record that the numbers in the line maintenance nav 252 OPV consens contains adjustments. And I've asked you whether it's correct that you have not disclosed that you made such adjustments.
Ich hab nicht explizit darauf hingewiesen.
I
Ja.
did not explicitly refer to that. Yes. You see those adjustments in the green delta in the transition. I wouldn't have to look at my protocol in my minutes. I said when we go from LTE, we go from calculated times to long-term projection. This is how we proceeded. And one example here is very clear. The adjustment for the years 2015 and 2016, because in 2016, if you go into NAV 252,
Not now, Dr. Grauf. That can your counsel for Germany can do that in redirect. But let's speak briefly about. You said something green. My colleague will highlight for you the cell in the line maintenance for the year 2016, and please zoom a little bit. And Mr. President, I will need some more time, but I believe claimants have sufficient time.
You have actually 1 minute of your estimated time left.
Yes, I think I'll need a couple of more minutes.
Okay, please proceed.
Dr. Grauf, do you see in that cell that there's a small green triangle?
Ja.
Do you know what
Yes.
such a green triangle means?
Ja, das bedeutet die Kalkulation der drei.
this indicates that that's a calculation of the 3 preceding years that is for the carryover or the carry forward.
So there's a formula in that cell, and the number which we see is the result of that formula.
Ja.
So it is not
Yes.
the number which is.
Bitte?
This is not the number which Mr. Kaczmarek uses in his model?
Ja.
Okay.
Yes.
We shall look at those differences in more detail in a minute. Can I ask my colleague to zoom out again so we see the whole page? Now I would like to ask you something, and since you're a doctor and an engineer, you're apparently good at mathematics. We have talked some minutes ago about the 6 additional years of production between 2033 and 2038. And you have, at least I recall it though, agreed that every year of production incurs additional CapEx and OpEx. Would you agree?
Ja, müssen.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you agree that it would be fair to assume, if we want to know how much CapEx and OpEx is incurred, that it would be fair to assume average numbers? The average of all the years?
Wenn ich den Durchschnitt für CapEx
If I took an average for Apex, which years?
von 2011
From 2011 till 2015, or from 2011 till 2014? Which average? You either do the calculations for 5 continuous years, then you can use the 5 preceding years, provided it was not like with Kreml, where this is the big problem, that it's a roller coaster regarding cost and rentability, where I cannot really find a usable average. And this is the average or the median for the 3 preceding years up to 2016.
Well, Dr. Graf, you see in your line total KVR CapEx, and then in brackets inclusive cost, including cost escalation, at the right side, a total number of 1,106,284. 1,106,284,000.
Ja.
Good. And
Yes.
you have calculated a total operating time from 2011 to 2038. That are 27 years.
Ja.
Are
Yes.
you capable to do a rough calculation in your head of what the average CapEx per year is? Would you agree it's approximately 40 million per year? Or shall we drop a calculator?
Wenn Sie das, es geht hier um die obere Zeile, weil
We're
das sind
talking about the upper line, because the ones below are calculated. Above it is approximately, yes, in the order of 40 million. Yes.
Okay. So for every year beyond 2032, if you take average numbers, for approximately 40 million of CapEx would be incurred. And
ja, es sind weniger. Es sind
Well, it is a little bit less. I'd say median value would be 30.
Die CapEx-Kosten gehen ja deutlich nach unten
CapEx
gegen Ende der Betriebszeit.
go down noticeably towards the end of operation. So it's about 30 times 6. It's 180 million.
Dr. Graf, are we agreed that those 6 additional years in which Brockdorf would operate would not are full availability hours? You see on the screen what my colleague has calculated. If you divide the total amount of CapEx through 27 years, you end up with 40 million. But let's not dispute so much about numbers. Let's move to, let me ask you, are those additional CapEx and OpEx contained in claimant's calculations?
Gibt es zusätzliche in dem
If there
Bericht?
are additional in the calculations for what do you mean? 32 till 38 or what exactly?
I'll rephrase. Your table assumes a production also from 2033 to 2038, which is not in claimant's model, and every year produces CAPEX. And my question is whether that additional CAPEX, which is shown in your table, is also shown in claimant's model. And I'd like to ask you whether you agree that this cannot be the case if claimant's model stops at 2032.
Dass das nicht der Fall sein kann, muss ich
That
überprüfen.
it cannot be the case is something I would have to check. Something I do not know. I would have to look again at the calculations of Mr. Kaczmarek.
We'll do that in
These
a minute.
figures,
Okay.
We'll do that. My colleague will now move to your Appendix 5, which is the KBR OPEX in the but-for scenario. And my first question is, do you agree that this calculation here too is based on the assumption that 287 terawatt hours are produced?
Ja, ich habe unter dieser Annahme, die oben steht, die
yes,
nicht
that is the assumption, which is not mine. I only use it as an input. That on the basis of this, I calculated the costs, yes. That means that the costs were calculated by Ms. Harden in a model, and then I corrected them with the figures that appear in red.
Okay. And is it correct that this model also assumes operation for 6 more years beyond 2032?
Ja, das ist eindeutig.
Yes, that is very clear.
Okay. And do you also agree that every year of operation beyond 2032 incurs additional OPEX costs, which are not in claimant's model?
Das kann ich nicht bestätigen, das müsste ich mir im Detail anschauen.
That is something I cannot confirm. I would have to look into it in detail. Because that was the basis on which I calculated it. You would have to ask Ms. Harden, because she is the one who gave the model, and based on the costs that were used as a basis for this scenario. Because I said, I see that these costs need to be added, and the modeling, the basis modeling that you can see above, and the operating time, the lifetime, this is sort of the counterpart for Mr. Kaczmarek and Mr. Hart and Ms. Harden.
Dr. Ralph, if you look at the bottom of your Appendix 8, you here too see certain corrections in red figures. My question is, you have not redlined or written the numbers for CAPEX, for OPEX here beyond 23 in red.
Ich höre nichts mehr. Es ist totales Durcheinander.
My apologies, I cannot hear anything right now.
Would you please repeat your question, Dr. Alf?
Mr. President, I've been advised that 2 interpreters were talking at the same time.
Right, okay, but then please try to rectify the situation by repeating your question.
I will. My question is, you have highlighted certain corrections you made in the lowermost section of this appendix in red, but you have not highlighted in red the numbers for the additional OPEX from 2033 to 2038. Is that correct?
Ja, warum sollte ich das?
Yes, why should I do that? These costs, I repeat that, the costs up here were not changed by me. Those are the calculations by Ms. Harding. These costs, 2032, this model and this term of this plant was what was given to me, and I should assess it, evaluate it based on the cost expectations. 2032 to 2038, I did not make any changes. This is a model by Ms. Harding. And I said, if the plant is running as listed in this model, I cannot say anything. And is that a information by the lawyers or by Ms. Harding as an economist? My question was, how should the costs be calculated? And that is what I did. And I tried
Über Jahre
to see this gap that shows 0 for years from 2016, 17, up until the end of this term to come up with a calculation and an assumption that from my point of view for Brockdorf is reasonable. I evaluated it for the finer points, aging, LTE, excuse me, and necessary inspections and the time frame beyond 40 or 50 years. That is my engineering input and not this scenario that is was given to me. I was supposed to evaluate what it says up there from 2011 to 2038 and nothing else. That was the scope of my work, and that is what I did.
Dr. Grauf, you have
zu
presented
dem Modell da oben
And
Informationen.
if you are finding information based on this model up there, you have to wait for the presentation by Ms. Harden.
Dr. Grauf, you have presented to this tribunal and all of us a presentation where you said that the numbers are based on Vattenfall's cost estimates. And I've asked you specifically whether that are Vattenfall's cost estimates or whether they contain any changes. Do you want to stand with that statement, or would you like to say that that is what has been given to you by Ms. Harden as Vattenfall's cost statement?
Nein.
No.
Von Frau Harding wurden mir Zahlen oder
Ms. Harden gave me numbers, or I gave Ms. Harden input for the numbers that are in red at the bottom. I also made a recommendation how one could handle the transition from calculated numbers to the long-term prognosis, how that should be calculated based on my point of view. And then Ms. Harden did that and took it into her tables that you are seeing here. And the red numbers that come from aging and other things, they are clearly marked. There is one point, the transition. There are several of them. There is one where we went upward a little bit, and there are others where we went down in the transition.
We'll talk about that in a minute, Dr. Grauf.
finden.
I'll intend to discuss with you these small adjustments which you made. But just for the record, the numbers which you see here in your Appendix 5 and the section NAV 252 OPEX, these are not based on the original, you cannot confirm that they are based on the original Vattenfall cost model, but they are based on numbers given to you by Ms. Harden, including the production volume of 287 terawatt hours and the production time until 2038. Is that correct?
Bei der Produktion definitiv.
For the production, definitely.
And also for the operating time? That was not your assumption, but that assumption was given to you?
Die 2038, ja.
2038, yes.
Okay, and you have not disclosed that in your report, have you?
In welchem Bericht? Im
In
Dokument?
which report in the document?
Yes, in your fourth report or in your third report. If you don't know, then say so, then we'll continue.
Ich bin nicht explizit auf
These
diese roten Zahlen.
These red numbers are all included in the report. These other calculations on the top that, from my point of view, only are adapted in Ms. Hardin's model based on my technical input. That is probably something Ms. Hardin will discuss.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Graf, my colleague will now put on the screen Appendix E2 updated to Mr. Kaczmarek's second report. Have you seen this document before? Have a close look. It lists the OPEX calculation inter alia of the income statement for Vattenfall. On the second page, you'll see a section maintenance costs, and there's a line with the number 23 called maintenance projects. You have seen that document before, haven't you?
Ja, im
Yes,
Prinzip.
basically yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk with you. You see that the numbers for the years 2011 to 2020 have been highlighted. And I'd like to talk with you about the numbers from 2016 onwards, because the numbers until 2015 are correct. Do you see the cost number for the year 2016? It's 24.922 million, isn't it?
Ja.
Yes.
And for
Ich
the
muss
right,
aber gestehen, dass ich diese Zahlen.
But I have to confess that I only used figures after NAV 105 and evaluated these. These numbers, these figures, I have to admit that I did not evaluate them for the maintenance projects.
Dr. Graf, NAV 105 is a criminal. We're speaking about Brockdorf. But is it correct that for 2017, there are maintenance projects of 19,356,000 euros? Just please confirm for the record. You see that number?
In welchem?
The
Sie haben gesagt
number,
Brockdorf, das ist Krümmel, oder?
You said
Nope.
Brockdorf, but this is Krümel, right? No, sorry, it is Brockdorf.
Ja.
Yes.
okay. And for the year
Zahlen bis
2018,
2020, ja.
There are numbers until 2020, yes.
yes. And the year for number for the year 2018, highlighted in yellow, is 19,744,000. Is that correct?
Ja.
Yes.
And for 2019, it's 20,138,000 euros. Do you see that?
Ja.
Yes.
And for 2020, it's 20,534 million. You see that?
Ja.
Yes.
Now we go to your Appendix 5 again. And my colleague will highlight the row called Maintenance Projects OEPV. And will please zoom in on the years 2016 to 2020. Now, Dr. Graf, I will not speak about the numbers until 2015 because they are identical to NAV 252. and they are identical to Appendix E2 updated, which you've just seen. But for the year 2016, it's not 24.922 million, but 25,060 million. Correct? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And for 2017, it's not 19.356 million, but 25.466 million. Do you see that?
Ja.
Yes.
Das ist mit Inflation hochgerechnet.
That is including inflation. So it's a very different calculation.
Dr. Grauf, we'll talk. Appendix E2 is including interest. But do you agree that the numbers which I'm reading to you from your Appendix 5 are different from the numbers for the same years in Appendix E2 updated, which we've just read?
Ja.
Yes.
Good. And in 2018, it's not 19.744 million, as we have in the transcript, but 25.925 million. Correct?
Ja.
Yes.
And in 2019, it's not 20.138 million, but 26.391 million. Correct?
Ja.
Yes.
And in 2020.
Und wo?
And where is E2 for me calculated in a proper basis? Where? In NAV 2005, it lists these projects, and after then, it shows 0. So the numbers that were used there, I can look at a list like NAV 105A. It shows clearly what is behind these costs, and I cannot understand these numbers at all. I have to believe them simply. And that is why, whether it is 19.5 million in E5, whether that is correct, that is not something that I can decide.
Dr. Grauf, we'll go back to
Und ich
Appendix.
stimme denen auch nicht zu. Das
I do
steht so.
not agree with these numbers either, that they are correct.
Dr. Grauf, the numbers which you see on the screen are from your Appendix 5, and I've just wanted you to confirm that the numbers which I've read to you, as an example, are different from the numbers for the same years in Appendix E2 updated.
Ja.
Okay.
Yes.
So do
That
you
is
agree
obvious.
that the numbers which we see highlighted in the screen are not Vattenfall's cost estimates for Brockdorf for those years?
Ja.
Yes.
Okay.
They are.
Ja, definitiv.
Yes, definitely yes.
Would you be surprised if I told you that this difference continues until the year 2032, in which, according to Mr. Kaczmarek's model, the operation of Brockdorf ends?
Können Sie das nochmal wiederholen?
Could you please repeat that?
Dr. Graf, in the interest of time, we have only looked now at the numbers from 2016 to 2020. And the numbers run until 2032 and beyond. And Mr. Kaczmarek's models ends in 2032. What I asked you is whether you would be surprised if this difference of approximately 6 million per year continues for every other year until 2032. Have you checked that when you wrote your report?
Das habe ich nicht überprüft. Das
I did
sind
not review that. That is about 60 million.
und ich habe damit auch kein großes
I also don't have a big problem with that because I showed that the true difference is at about 900 million. And during my presentation, I said again that if I do not make any corrections for Brockdorf, this difference is a minus of maximal 200 million euro for Brockdorf and a difference of roughly 600 million that was not considered at all. However, Ms. Harden had very low values that I had calculated, and these lead to costs of 3 billion. There are such enormous margins, and I say that very clearly, enormous margins here, that the calculations and the insecurities are certainly
Andere Seite.
covered with the different approaches to the long-term costs.
What is here at issue is that in your presentation, you stated that you would compare Vattenfall's costs for Krümmel with E.ON's cost expectations for Brockdorf. And in the last 40 minutes or so, we found out that, and you refer to that here, Appendix 5 and Appendix 8. That's in the footnote. And we have now established that the numbers in your Appendix 5 and Appendix 8 differ from the cost model which Mr. Kaczmarek submitted to the record. Haven't we?
Ja, das haben Sie gezeigt.
Yes, you showed that.
And we have established that there is no long-term planning for E.ON on the record beyond the year 2016. Do you recall that?
Nein,
No.
da kann ich mich dran erinnern. Ja,
Yes, there are no numbers going past 2016. There is the model by Mr. Kaczmarek, who is doing the calculations, and there is a clear cost estimate for the large CapEx projects until 2028 from Brockdorf.
And the numbers were given in your appendixes were given to you by Ms. Harden. You didn't check them. That is what you have said, haven't you?
ich habe überprüft, ob der
I reviewed whether the input that I gave to Ms. Harden is considered in the figures.
Good. Mr. President, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hap. Dr. Pika, do you have a question for you direct, or Dr. Conrad?
Indeed, I have, Mr. President, and I would be ready to go straight away. However, I would like to ask Dr. Grauf whether he would prefer a brief break or wants to move forward straight away as well, if that is inconvenient with the tribunal.
A short break would be good, personally. Thank you.
Exactly. And Dr. Pika, how many minutes do you
Okay.
your direct to be?
I understand that we reserved 20 minutes, and I understand that claimants' cross-examination exceeded their reserve time significantly. I will try to limit myself to the 20 minutes.
Okay, but I think then it's wise to take a break of 15 minutes as scheduled.
Certainly.
Recess at 1:40 CET.
Tribunal point of order. Dr. Grauf's video was visible.
Back.
Who's coming back?
Dr. Grauf, thank you.
Okay, so but for the record, please note how many seconds those were, because we don't want to have an issue with that.
Thank you. It was about half a second. Thank you.
No, if you could say that when the tribunal is back.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Can you put me back into the breakout room?
The bottom right corner, there should be a breakout button on your Zoom, and you can join your breakout
I have leave, but I fear if I click leave, I leave. No, there's breakout rooms.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We all seem to be there. Before we continue with the redirect examination, Dr. Graaf, I get a message from FTI that you have been for half a second in respondents' breakout room inadvertently. Could you describe what happened and what occurred to you?
Mr. President, he
Nein.
wasn't in front of the computer, so he probably didn't even
Nein,
notice.
ist mir unangenehm. Ich bin aufgestanden,
I
habe
got up
Wasser getrunken
and I drank some water
und mache meinen Rechner auf wie jetzt.
and I opened my laptop as I'm doing it now. I apologize. I don't know what happened.
All right.
Dr.
My-
Graf,
Ich weiß noch nicht mal, wie
My
man da
question
hinkommt.
to you is, did you have any contact or any interaction with respondents' team?
Nein.
No.
And how long did it last?
Und wie lange hat das gedauert?
Wie lange das ich habe hier meinen Rechner verlassen, bin wieder
I
zurückgekommen.
went away from my computer and I returned, and I did not pay attention whether I saw somebody there.
can I clear this up? Because
You can make clear it up, Dr. Conrad.
as a witness, he can't know that. He was switched over to our breakout room. I could see the back of the room, and I could see Dr. Graaf's back in the back of the room, his backside. And immediately he disappeared because FTI had realized the error. So,
Sabine, may I join?
oh,
And-
absolutely.
And for the record, Steve Schwartz of FTI just said Dr. Grauf, was not in the picture.
Okay. Yeah, but so that's a hearsay, Dr. Pika.
You are correct, Professor Vandenberg. My apologies.
Steve, can you confirm it?
Yes, and I apologize. I can testify
Testify.
that when I realized the error, he was at the back of the room. He was not in front of the computer.
Dr. Hap, does that give rise to any question on your side?
No, thank you.
All right.
We are satisfied with these explanations.
Thank you. Dr. Pika, please proceed with the redirect.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, Dr. Grauf. During your cross-examination, Dr. Happ began by showing you slide 7 of your direct presentation. I would like to ask FTI kindly now to open that slide 7. Now, during your cross-examination, you were asked only questions about that comparison you made in your report 4. Hence, I would like to ask, why have you compared Brokdorf's cost comparisons with Krümmel's cost projections?
Objections outside scope of cross. The cross concerned only the calculation for Brockdorf, not the reasons. It also didn't compare Krümmel.
Overruled.
Kann ich die Frage jetzt beantworten, oder?
So should I answer the question now, or?
Yes, you should answer.
Ich habe ja, und auch in dem Kreuzverhör kam das ja
In the cross, this came up repeatedly from the beginning. In my first expert report, I always had the problem and determined that the cost prognosis for the long-term production was not something that I could follow. The first 3 years, and my basis were those documents, NAF 105A, NAF 110, NAF 252. There are informations in these documents about the scope that is behind these costs. And when I have to evaluate costs, I must have at least an understanding what the scope is behind them. And the second question is, how do I develop that looking into the future? In my first, second, and third report, I repeatedly looked at single costs. I criticized that they were not considered, and the claimants always refer to these lump sum costs. So exactly those cost projections after 2016. And they claimed that those were there. I can constantly say the pros and the contrasts. I think this is incorrect, 3 million difference. Here you would have to add 3 days. This is going to lead to endless discussions. And I asked myself, how could I create an image for this cost calculation that A, has a solid basis, and B, that is understandable for a tribunal, and that makes it possible for the tribunal to understand how I made my calculations. And it is common to do benchmarking. You do the benchmarks, for example, as Mr. Bolke did in his first expert report. He said the costs that are listed here, they correspond with my experiences. And I can say the same, my experience. I made the decision to do this because, on the one hand, in the beginning at least, I have a basis of data from Brockdorf, from which I can say, yes, that is about right. And this gives me my experience horizon. The second point is, if I do a benchmark, I have to show it in a way that makes it possible to compare something, not comparing apples to pears or apples to peanuts. The point I'm trying to make is this type of calculation, OPEX and CAPEX costs, is done identically in the plants. The costs for the routine OPEX, 615 to 1 billion, it shows the identical scope behind it. When you're looking at the OPEX and CAPEX cost projects, it is my experience that what they include in the OPEX and CAPEX is done very differently. For me as an engineer, in the end, it doesn't matter when I'm making these calculations. It's a decision of the finance people whether they want to classify a project as OPEX or CAPEX. There are tax reasons for this, but the expenses that I have to pay are not really affected by this. Brockdorf is a plant that does not have to do many things that Krümmel has to do, because there are issues at Krümmel. There are safety improvements that need to be done. So I thought it was reasonable, including for the tribunal, to show these costs in these columns and to create an image and compare what the calculation looks like. We've discussed in detail, and I wanted to show 50, 60 million or 100 million of differences. I said it yesterday in my report, even if I took all of the calculations that I took into consideration for Brockdorf and Krümmel, and if I came up with a cost comparison, there is still an egregious difference in the calculations. I can compare Brockdorf and Krümmel because they're plants in the same licensing field. They have the same output. The plants are comparable. And one could discuss it like this. It's a difference if you have a boiling water reactor or a pressure water reactor. And exactly here, not just from my point of view, also based on many different documents.
A problem with the transcript. There might be, apologies, there might be a problem with the transcript.
Dr. Grauf, es gibt vielleicht ein Problem mit dem Transkript.
Bedingungen wie ein Druckwasserreaktor.
Thank you, Dr. Rau, first of all, because the transcript at 7:50:21 states I can't, whereas I understood I can, but I think that's a matter we better solve when we have the final transcripts. Dr. Rau, thank you very much for that. FTI, please remove slide 7 from the screen. And please disenable sharing so that I have the full screen in front of me. Thank you, FTI. Dr. Grauf, FTI showed you exhibit NAV 252 on Brokdorf on the request of Dr. Hub. We don't need that now. At 6:39:45, Dr. Hub asked you, do you agree 5 years are the usual scope of a midterm budget planning? You said, yes, could be possibly yes. Dr. Grauf, my question is, under which circumstances could that possibly be?
Dass das möglicherweise, die Frage habe ich nicht verstanden.
I did not understand the question, Mr. Pika.
My apologies. Under which circumstances can 5 years be used as a scope of a midterm budget planning projection?
Speziell bezogen auf ein
Specifically looking at a plant always when the cost development is stable over these 5 years. And that is the next problem for Krümmel. Krümmel, the cost structure was very volatile from 2008 on. So for Krümmel, it is almost impossible to come up with an average amount for these costs. You can see that Mr. Hab said that the 3 years for OPEX for Krümmel, because there were serious differences between 2011, 12, and 13, and they took the lowest value. For Brokdorf, you can calculate a median value for availability and for cost in a longer time. And I believe that you can do that. And that is why in the calculation of Brokdorf, I did not include as many corrections as was the case for Krümmel, where you had almost no reasonable prognosis that you could make from historic values.
Thank you, Dr. Grauf. Now, Dr. Grauf, you've just mentioned your experience, and indeed at 6:55:53 of the record, Dr. Hub said, you're a doctor in engineering. You are good at mathematics. Now, Dr. Grauf, how many years of experience as an engineer do you have?
Also ich möchte mal meine mathematischen Kenntnisse.
So I would not like to draw attention to my mathematic powers. I've been in the business for almost 50 years, since 1972. And I headed an older plant that received many backfitting measures for the engineering. And many years I was a plant manager of a convoy plant. Of course, we did benchmarks on a regular basis with Philipsburg, with the boiling water reactor, and with the pressure water reactor GK1. So I have a lot of experience here to compare the costs from Philipsburg and GK1. Beyond that, since about 1980, I worked for the IAEA globally as an expert, especially in the last 15 years. I was the lead reviewer for the reviews in which countries were testing whether they had the requirements for a nuclear industry or a nuclear projects in the areas of management and human resources and training, and also in procurement. This goes from Belarus to Bangladesh, Vietnam, South Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Malaysia. I don't want to list them all, but at least 15 countries. I traveled to at least 15 countries. And until 1 or 2 years ago, I held speeches in Argonne National Lab for planning management and management systems in nuclear power plants. I do that every year in the United States. And you know that I give many presentations based on my dissertation that explicitly and in detail shows a cost analysis for outage costs and cycle variances for optimizing costs when considering fuel costs and maintenance and revision planning. You see that I had a slide that showed that already in 1997, we were looking at a 13-year prognosis for the revision. And this was planning. And for example, for Krümmel, Mr. Kleen claimed that they had done that. So I would expect to see that this slide would be part of my planning. What are the critical questions? What are the revision times? I would have expected to see that so that I would be able to make a comparison. Is there a review at the point of time when he's planning serious maintenance projects? What is the realization for this? And none of this information was provided by the claimants. And so I have to rely on my own expertise and experience.
Dr. Grauf, I have only one final question. How often during your 50 years of experience have you seen a, as you called it, lump sum calculation, which you used for for exhibit NAV 105A that claimants provided for the Krümmel nuclear power plant in your professional career in over 15 countries?
Such a lump sum calculation is something I have never seen. It is also not necessary in normal business. We did a cost calculation, as you said, for 5 years at least. We tried to look at important projects for at least 10 years to look at the availability of the plant and to optimize that. That was the time frame that we used for planning. Of course, we also had the problem with Neckar-Westheim 1. It was a plant such as Krümmel, where there were many differences. We had a convoy in Neckar-Westheim 2, where that could be done relatively simply.
As I said, that was my final question. Thank you very much, Dr. Grauf.
Thank you, Dr. Pika. I look to my colleagues. Mr. Bauer, any?
Just unmuting. No, I have no questions.
Thank you. Professor Lowell?
Not from me, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Grauf, for testifying. Your next few.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry, was something. Can I ask for 2 minutes to align with my colleagues whether we file an application for recross? I just need to align with my Swedish colleagues.
All right. Okay. Well, let's wait for 2 minutes then.
Okay. Can we go to the recess?
Yeah, recess for 2 minutes, so we can all wait.
Yeah, in the breakout room. I mean,
you want, if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, may I remind everybody again to select the interpretation channel? Right, Dr. Hapt, you want to make an application?
Nope, we think the witness has said enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Grauw, for testifying as an expert witness. You're no excused.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
All right, we go then to Dr. Grötzinger. Is Dr. Grötzinger in the waiting room? Dr. Grötzinger, give me 1 second. I need to get your expert report. Okay. All right. Let's see where I get. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it. All right. Dr. Grötzinger, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
But you are a very low volume.
Low volume?
It's really low, very.
Is it better now?
No, you are.
Not really.
1 second, please.
Okay, 1 second. No, now you have nothing.
FDI?
Yeah.
We're working on it. Just a moment, please.
Okay, thank you.
And I work without these headphones.
No, we need you with the headphones, sir.
Okay.
Now I have the headphones.
No, it's not connected somehow.
Yeah, he needs.
Please stand by.
Yeah.
Yes. You hear me? Now sufficiently loud?
No.
Nehmen Sie mal den USB-Stick, ziehen raus, stecken wieder rein.
Den USB-Stick, welchen?
Von dem Headset.
Das ist der.
So.
Ja? Nicht besser?
We're working on it. Please stand by.
Yes.
Patience, Dr. Grötzinger.
I can. No, it's microphone. I can pick it up. You can try it with the microphone. Is it better now?
No, we're working on it. Please stand by.
Yes. Now you have.
If you can just release the mouse, I'm going to try and control it for you, please. Stand by. Okay, Dr. Gerg, can you please count to 10 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, there. Steve, you all set. I hear him loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay, so.
Right, let's then proceed. Dr. Grötzinger, could you please state your full name for the record?
Oskar Grötzinger.
Oskar Grötzinger.
Dr. Grötzinger, you appear here as an expert witness for the respondent. I understand that you will testify in the German language.
Das ist zutreffend.
This is correct.
Right, but, and you will be testifying with the assistance of interpreters. If any question is unclear, either because of language or for any other reason, please do seek clarification. Because if you don't do so, the tribunal assumes you have understood the question, that your answer responds to the question. Now, Dr.
Ja, habe ich verstanden.
Yes, I understand.
Dr.
That's okay.
You will appreciate that testifying, be it before a court or arbitral tribunal, is a very serious matter. And that connection to the tribunal expects you to give the declaration, the text of which is now on your screen.
Ich schwöre bei meiner
I
Ehre,
solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you, Dr. Kurtzinger. Could you also give the following affirmation, since we are on an online hearing? Do you affirm that there is no one else in the room with you, except those authorized?
Nein,
And that no authorized person
es
can
ist niemand
communicate
sonst im
with you?
Raum.
Would it be possible for you, this is a somewhat delicate exercise, could you swipe the camera 180 degrees?
Ich werde den Versuch unternehmen.
I will try to do that. And I hope the cables are not going to be unplugged.
Dr. Kurtzinger, you have an interesting ceiling, but can you maybe give it also somewhat lower?
Ja. Es hat sich niemand auf dem Boden versteckt.
There is nobody hiding on the floor.
Okay, Dr. Conrad and Dr. Pika, is that okay for you?
We are okay, but he's our
Ist okay
our
für
expert.
uns, aber er ist ja unser Experte.
But I see you watching
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson. Is that fine for you?
That's perfectly fine for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then, Dr. Kurtzinger, do you have your expert report in front of you?
Ja, habe ich.
And can you go to the signature?
Yes, I do.
That's expert report of the 5th April 2020.
Ja, den habe ich hier.
And can you go to
Yes,
the
I have it here.
signature page, please?
Das ist der Bericht. Jawohl.
Ja.
Alles zutreffend. Das ist meine Unterschrift.
Thank you. And then can you
Is
also
all
go
correct? That is my signature.
to second report of 5 April 2020? Oh, sorry. That's
Jawohl.
It's all the same. Thank you. Is there any correction,
Ja.
modification, or amendment you
Ja.
wish to make to the report?
Nein. Keine
No.
Änderung.
No change, no adjustment.
Right. Thank you. Then you have now 30 minutes for your presentation of direct examination. Please proceed.
Herr Präsident,
Mr. President, honored court. My name is Oskar Krötzinger. I'm a physicist and worked for many years in the nuclear supervision of the Land of Baden-Württemberg, most recently as its head. Since the beginning of 2012, I have worked on various international nuclear safety reviews within the framework of NSREG, the European Nuclear Safety Regulators Group. Since the beginning of 2012, I have also been a member of the Council of the Swiss Federal Nuclear Safety Inspectorate, the Swiss Nuclear Regulatory Authority. Next slide. I was asked to speak to the latest expert opinions of Dr. Blasik and Bölke and Mr. Kasmarek, and to comment from a regulatory perspective, and in particular comment on their statements regarding the cost calculation, where they say that they are correct and that it corresponds to the Bund-Länder list. To say it in advance, the Bund-Länder list, as of the reference date of 29 June 2011, was neither completed nor binding for federal administrative execution. I will explain this in more detail later. Federal Executive Administration, correction from the interpreter. Next slide. Do I have to move this myself? Move the slides, advance the slides myself? Because next slide, please. There it is. First, I would like to point out some of the particularities of German nuclear supervision, and in this context, I will briefly discuss the three most important factors that influence nuclear safety. Then I will comment on the Bund-Länder list, and in this context, I will also briefly discuss the Development Fund Agreement. Then I will present important regulatory differences to the United States and provide insights into the comprehensive testing, control, and information systems that are available to German nuclear regulatory authorities. Next slide, please. Germany is a federal state. And in Germany, there is no central nuclear regulatory authority. Responsible for nuclear licensing and supervision of nuclear power plants are the Länder. They carry out these tasks on order of the federal government, in what's called Federal Executive Administration. The Länder Committee for Nuclear Energy is an important expert committee consisting of representatives of the nuclear authorities of the federal government and the Länder. It serves to coordinate and harmonize important activities in the implementation of the Atomgesetz, the Atomic Energy Act. Another special feature in Germany is the very comprehensive consultation of experts. This is done according to the principle authority and experts. This partial 4I principle is time-consuming. It promotes compliance with high safety standards and supports the continuous improvement process. Next slide, please. First of all, I would like to present to you, again, the essential factors that influence the safety of a nuclear power plant. These are, first, humans. The people who work and are responsible for the safe operation of the plant, along with their qualifications and their conduct. Secondly, technology. That means the technical circumstances of the plant that are important for nuclear safety. Plus, third, organization across all interacting corporate levels. The organization also has a great influence on the attitude and the behavior of the employees, and thus also on the safety culture of the company. The major nuclear accidents of the past were not usually caused by technical failures. In the case of Chernobyl, human error was the cause. And in the case of Fukushima, the organization was the cause of the accident. A nuclear power plant with its many people working there is a socio-technical system. This means a human technology organization system. Nuclear supervision must therefore be holistic and always observe these factors mentioned above. A comprehensive view of all these factors influencing nuclear safety is also provided before regulatory approvals, before they are granted. These must be obtained after every longer plant shutdown by the operator, but at least after the usual annual fuel element replacement. Start-up clearance for a nuclear power plant is only provided by the competent nuclear supervisory authority if the technical, organizational, and personnel conditions are met, so that the safe plant operation can be expected during the operating phase, about to be cleared. Next slide, please. I would like to turn now to the Bund-Länder list, which Dr. Blasik and Bohlke and Mr. Kaczmarek incorrectly regarded as binding. Mr. Dr. Blasik and Mr. Bohlke claim in paragraph 8 of their expert opinion that, in particular, the Bund-Länder list, which regulated the requirements for LTE, is not properly considered by Dr. Grauf. These papers, referred to as Bund-Länder list, or in the plural Bund-Länder lists, were merely lists of technical possibilities that were discussed at the working level by technically responsible supervisory officials of individual Länder and the federal government, in order to further increase the safety reserves of nuclear power plants operated in Germany. As of the reference date, 29 June 2011, these lists, as I've already mentioned, were neither completed nor binding for Federal Executive Administration. But first, let me discuss the background of these lists. Next slide, please. Security improvements should pave the way for politically controversial lifetime extensions. For this reason, the 2009 coalition agreement of the German federal government already combined the intended lifetime extensions with a demand for a high level of security. The energy concepts subsequently drawn up by the new federal government concretized this demand and requested that the safety requirements for German nuclear power plants be expanded and updated to the highest technical level, the state of the art. The extended requirements were easier to define on an abstract legal level. This was done within the scope of the 12th Amendment to the Atomic Energy Act. For the technical implementation, however, the safety improvements had to be specified and concretized for the heterogeneous German nuclear power plants. That was the objective as well as the problem of the Bund-Länder list. Next slide, please. The nuclear enforcement tasks in the field of nuclear power plants are the responsibility of the Länder. The federal government needs the states in the Länder in this area. The federal government, put in simple terms, is only the lawmaker and the coordinator. The Länder are the knowledge holders. They have the detailed knowledge and they are responsible for the implementation. In order to implement the 2009 coalition agreement on improving nuclear safety, the responsible federal ministry, the BMU, therefore approached the Länder at a very early stage after the new government had taken office. Subsequently, several rounds of talks took place at the working level between officials from the BMU and the Länder. Participating in these meetings, as a rule, were only representatives of those Länder in which nuclear power plants were operated. From Baden-Württemberg, for example, this, the land in which I was responsible, sometimes only a single specialist official from the supervisory authority was involved in these discussion rounds. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. First of all, I would like to clarify what was not intended with these discussion rounds and the whole Bund-Länder list. The intention was not just to maintain the current safety status of the nuclear power plants or just to monitor compliance. This task had always been the original duty of the nuclear regulatory authorities of the concerned Länder. Nor was it about questions of maintenance or mitigation of future aging effects. Thirdly, a systematic and complete catalog of requirements was also not supposed to be drawn up, which could then have served to decide in a systematic way which backfitting measures should be taken. Nor was the intention to investigate on a plant-specific basis which measures had already been implemented in the individual nuclear power plants. This should have been clarified by the competent Länder authorities in due course. Nor, finally, was it to be decided what specific measures should be taken for each individual plant. This would then also have been a future task for the Länder responsible for implementation. Next slide, please. The goal of these discussion rounds instead was to prepare the first step towards further improving the safety of German nuclear power plants. That's why The goal was to identify possible backfitting measures to improve safety and to collect suggestions that could contribute to further reducing risks. And this was supposed to be done as quickly and as pragmatically as possible. The nuclear power plants in Germany are very different from a technology perspective. Safety-enhancing backfits must be individually adapted to each and every plant. And in the few months leading up to the accident in Fukushima, such a task could not be handled at all by the federal or Länder specialist officials for all the different German nuclear power plants. It was therefore necessary to stick to non-binding proposals of potential backfitting measures. Until the accident in Fukushima, there was therefore no list of proposals that was in any way binding or sufficient as a qualified guidance for concrete federal executive administration. Next slide, please. The Fukushima accident interrupted these discussions for months. As a result, this so-called Bund-Länder list was neither completed nor in any way binding for federal executive administration as of the reference date of 29 June 2011. Next slide, please. Work on the list was only resumed in the fall of 2011. That means well after the passing of the 13th Amendment to the Atomgesetz. The list was now called the backfitting list and was updated at the beginning of 2012 in the light of the phase-out decision made in the meantime. The new backfitting list was then adopted on 15 June 2012 by the main committee of the Länder Committee for Nuclear Energy. In the foreword, or preamble, of the now published so-called backfitting list, it is explicitly stated that this is a non-exhaustive backfitting list with safety requirements. It also states that each nuclear power plant must be subject to a review of the extent to which specific measures must be implemented in order to achieve the targeted improvements in safety. The implementation, and if necessary, extension of the backfitting list was left to the nuclear licensing and supervisory authorities of the Länder. With regard to the Bund-Länder list, we can, to conclude here, state once again that the statements made by Dr. Blasik and Mr. Bolke, as well as by Mr. Kaczmarek in their expert opinions, namely that the Bund-Länder lists regulated the requirements for a possible lifetime extension, as of the reference date 29 June 2011, is incorrect, or are incorrect. The statements are incorrect. Next slide, please. Contrary to what Dr. Blasik and Mr. Bolke would have you believe in their opinion, the Development Fund Agreement contains no reference to any previously identified or specified backfitting measures or lists. Rather, the contract expressly and clearly states the following. I quote, "The safety of the nuclear power plants is paramount. None of the agreements made in the following shall in any way diminish the scope of safety and/or backfitting requirements for nuclear power plants, which are specified by the competent authorities and solely on the basis of legal requirements, particularly those applicable under nuclear law." There is nothing to add to this. Statements to the contrary by Dr. Blasik and Mr. Bolke in their expert opinion are incorrect. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to discuss some important regulatory differences between Germany and the US. Contrary to the opinion of the experts Dr. Blasik, Mr. Bolke, and Mr. Kaczmarek, these differences would have led to considerable expenses for security improvements, especially for longer lifetimes. In Germany, intensive inspections are not only carried out to ensure that the safety status approved at the time of licensing is maintained throughout the entire life of the plant. Rather, the principle of continuous improvement was also pursued early on. Thus, the licensees are legally obliged, according to Section 7D of the Atomic Energy Act, to ensure that those safety requirements that have been developed to the state of the art of science and technology and that are suitable and adequate and able to deliver more than a small contribution to the further prevention of risks for the public are implemented. And, according to Section 19a, Paragraph 1 of the Atomic Energy Act, safety reviews and assessments of the plant must be conducted at 10-year intervals, and they must be used as the basis for continuous improvements of the plant's nuclear safety. Next slide, please. No comparable obligations exist in the United States. There is not even an obligation to carry out safety inspections at regular intervals, analogous to Section 19a of the Atomgesetz. In the US, the main focus in the event of lifetime extensions is less on increasing the existing security level, but rather on ensuring that the safety status existing at the time of the plant's licensing is maintained. The comparisons drawn by Dr. Bläsig and Mr. Bolke and Kaczmarek with the United States are therefore incorrect. They miss the regulatory realities. Next slide, please. From the very beginning, German nuclear power plants have been inspected with a dense network of in-service inspections. These tests have been continuously adapted and optimized in terms of scope, type, and method. Safety-relevant in-service inspections in German nuclear power plants must routinely be performed in the presence of external experts called in by the Nuclear Regulatory Authority. Outside Germany, this is usually not standard practice, especially in the United States. Reliance is placed much more on the self-responsibility of the operator. Next slide, please. In addition to the dense network of in-service tests, according to Section 19a Atomgesetz, so-called periodic safety reviews are prescribed every 10 years, and this has been in place since 1997. Since 2010, aging management has also been mandatory in nuclear power plants. This is used to monitor and document aging effects in all safety-relevant areas of a nuclear power plant. All this information on the safety status of a plant is also included in the startup clearance issued by the supervisory authorities, which, as already mentioned, must be obtained by the operator after the annual exchange of fuel elements. Startup clearance is only granted if the technical, organizational, and personnel requirements are met, and if safe plant operation can be expected during the entire operating phase. Past experience has shown that it is precisely these close-meshed and ever more precise reviews of all safety-critical aspects bring unexpected findings to light again and again. Such findings often trigger expensive repairs and long planned downtimes. I have listed some examples in my report in detail. For the Grümel nuclear power plant, this means, in the event of lifetime extensions, that the high safety standards in force would have been applied strictly and would have tended to be tightened, if anything. Therefore, increasing testing and verification costs, as well as significantly longer downtimes, could have been expected in the future. Next slide, please. I would like to briefly summarize the most important results again below. From my point of view, as head of the Nuclear Licensing and Supervisory Authority of the Land of Baden-Württemberg, at the time in question, I provide the following answers. My answers are valid for the day of the accident in Fukushima, 11 March 2011, as well as for the reference date, 29 June 2011. Contrary to the opinion of Dr. Bläsig and Mr. Bolke and Kaczmarek, the following is correct. First, the so-called Bund-Länder lists were neither completed nor were they in any way binding on the administration. Second, the Development Fund Agreement in no way limited or compromised the scope of safety and backfitting requirements for nuclear power plants as specified by the competent authorities. Next slide, please. Third, the comparisons made by Dr. Bläsig as well as Mr. Bolke and Kaczmarek with the USA are incorrect and miss the regulatory realities. They misjudge the legal obligations that exist in Germany, especially those arising from Section 7D Atomgesetz to the further prevention of risks and Section 19A Atomgesetz to continuous improvements of the plant's nuclear safety. Fourth, and lastly, the existing comprehensive nuclear testing, control, and information systems ensure high safety standards. For the operators, however, this also results in higher and often unforeseeable costs and longer downtimes. These would become increasingly important, especially in the case of lifetime extensions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Grötzinger. Mr. Anderson, please proceed with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no questions to Mr. Grötzinger.
Look to my colleagues, Judge Brouwer, any questions?
None from me, thank you.
Professor Lowe, any question?
No, thank you. Very clear.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Grötzinger, for testifying as an expert witness. You're now excused. All right. All right. Shall we move on then? Mr. Saylor? You are there. Bear with me 1 second. I have to get the documents ready. Mr. Zeiler, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Ich kann Sie hören, ja.
Okay, good.
Yes, I can hear you.
Then Mr. Zeiler, could you please state your full name for the record?
Michael Seiler.
Michael Seiler.
Mr. Zeiler, you appear as an expert witness for the respondent. I understand that you will testify in the German language with the assistance of an interpreter. If any questions are unclear to you, either because of language or for any other reason, please do seek clarification, because if you don't do so, the tribunal assumes that you understood the question, that you answer a response to the question.
Das habe ich verstanden.
Yes, I have understood.
Mr. Zeiler, you will appreciate that testifying before court or now to tribunal is a very serious matter. In that connection, the tribunal expects you to give the declaration, the text of which is on the screen.
Ich schwöre bei meiner Ehre, dass ich mein
I
Gutachten
solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you, Mr. Zeiler. Since we are on an online hearing, the tribunal expects you also to give the following affirmation. Do you affirm that there is no one else in the room with you except those authorized, and that no unauthorized person can communicate with you?
Ich bestätige Ihnen hiermit, dass
I confirm hereby that in this room there's nobody else and that there are no other communication devices in operation except the one that I'm using to communicate with you.
Mr. Ragnerwald, do you wish the camera to sweep the room?
No, I don't think that is necessary. We rely on Mr. Seiler's statement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Seiler, could you please go to your statement? Of 18 October 2019. And go to the signature page, page 16. Could you confirm for the record that is your signature, Mr. Seiler?
Das ist meine Unterschrift unter
Yes.
meinem Gutachten.
That is my signature under my expert report.
Would you then please go to your fourth expert report and again to the signature page. And I try to find Zaida, can you help me where you have your signature? Oh yeah, so it's page 64.
Ach so, ja, das kommt
I see
deswegen.
now.
So
this is due to the fact that I had an annex for my report, and I signed underneath the main part of the report. And I can confirm that this is my signature.
Thank you, Mrs. Zaida. You already preempted my question. Could you please tell me whether you would like to make any correction, modification, or amendment to your either report?
Nein, das will ich nicht.
No, I do not wish to do so.
Okay, then, Mrs. Zaida, you have 30 minutes for your presentation in view of direct examination. Please proceed.
Vielen Dank, sehr verehrter Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much. Honorable President of the Court, Honorable Tribunal, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give a presentation about the work I have carried out in the previous expert opinion. My qualifications to this end have not greatly changed since the one I did 4 years ago. Therefore, I ask to go to the next slide, please. My task consisted in reviewing the arguments of the claimants regarding the decommissioning and waste management based on the current and former knowledge and experience in Germany. In order to be able to give such an independent assessment, I reviewed these issues in the documents of the claimants, and I concluded realistic costs for the decommissioning, dismantling, and waste management. And in my third and fourth report, with regard to question 8, I applied a clear ex ante view, that is, what happened before June 29, 2011. As to the first chapter, next slide, please, as well as the following. To this end, I made a known derivation how long the post-operation lasts and what realistic costs can be estimated for this. And derivation for the duration of the dismantling in total and for the different phases. For that, I used the table that comes from derived from my first report, concluding that the preparation for the documents in order to apply for decommissioning is about 1.5 years. The licensing or authorization process, 2.2 years. Those was information available at that point. That would lead me to 3.7 years, but then I assumed that 5 years would be something realistic for the entire process. Then if we look at the next slide, please. Then I can see that there are 3 phases, 3 stages. First, this is the post-operation. Then you have the actual nuclear decommissioning or the conventional decommissioning when all the nuclear waste has been removed from the plant. Costs are distributed according to experience in the following way: about 40% for post-operation, 55% for the actual nuclear decommissioning, and the remaining 5% for the conventional decommissioning. To derive the costs, I took into account the provisions used by different energy producers and decided to use the provisions that RWE use for the reason that RWE has many plants that includes both very large plants as well, and both boiling water and pressure water reactors. These costs are for the year 2011. They were to be calculated for 2011. We took the annual reports for the year 2010 from RWE, and out of that it extracted that 771 million for a pressure water reactor or 871 million for a boiling water reactor would be the appropriate amounts. And of those, according to the distribution, 308 would be for the post-operation phase for the pressure water and 348 for the post-operation in case of the boiling water reactor. Of course, I also reviewed, because it could be that for 2010 might have been a very special year regarding the provisions for RWE, But that was not the case if you compare it with preceding operating reports and the amounts. The next slide, please. If I compare this with what Mr. Kaczmarek used for his different or imputed to the different scenarios, then I can see that the calculations of Mr. Kaczmarek are much, much higher than what I calculated. In Krümmel, in the current case, or rather, if it is stopped and no more operation, it is 4 billion, and otherwise 1.175, and in Brockdorf it was 1.1 billion. There is a difference. Now, why did I do all this? In the next slide, please. In the next. The problem was that Mr. Kaczmarek refers to the analysis that NIS did in 2011, and he takes his figures from there. In his report, I did not see that he reviewed how these figures that came about. He relies on them. I, on the other hand, analyzed these figures and determined what you can see on the small diagram. There is a preceding study that was done a year before by the same company, NIS. And there, for the post-operational phase, only 282 million have been established, not 524. Without seeing any particular reason for this that might be determined by the plant or by any degree of contamination. If there had been a major accident, for example, and there had to be a reduction or fighting the contamination, that might have been different the case, but that was not the case. Then, if I look at it in a more gross manner, the report for NIS for 2011, you can see that both in the personnel costs, which is the red part of the bars, and consumables, you have basically a duplication. And then you have to wonder why that happens. Next slide, please. The next one, please. And if you go one level further with these figures, then if you dive deeper, then you can see that these numbers are attributable to the fact that there was a big increase to personnel because of a drastic increase of personnel. You can see this, for example, in the blue bars left, 5 years of post-operation with the own personnel is how many? 1,194 people, and to the right, distributed over 7 years, you will have a total of 1,920 people, staff or personnel for a year. In my first and my second report, I extensively analyzed. I tried to determine, rather, I should put it this way, I tried to determine how NIS in 2012 arrived at this result. The problem is that the calculation is not being presented. NIS for 2012, there are only the final numbers, and there's some gross overviews of the costs. In some items, I explained why that could not have been, or why there are contradictions. For example, why do we have double as much cost to charge casks or containers when we have the same number of fuel elements? Why would there be so much more cost if the work is the same? And is that something can be shown by the different kind of activities as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. However, neither in the representation of the claimants nor in the reports of the experts, there was an analysis or review of my arguments. Professor Tomauske simply stated that the bottom-up analysis is a reliable method. Yes, of course, bottom-up analysis is a reliable method, but my statement was not stating that the bottom analysis was wrong or inaccurate, but my statement is that in the study NIS for 2011, there were significant errors, so that the study that was done with this method, but possibly with erroneous input data and assumptions, that was wrong. And Professor Tomauske did not make any reference to it. Mr. Kaczmarek repeatedly stated in his report that he considers that he will not approach my claims, but that Professor Tomauske did refer to my claims. However, that was not the case. Now let's go to item number 3 in the next slide, please. Actually, the next 2. Thank you. What Mr. Kaczmarek calculated is something I looked at in detail. And you have to observe in this regard that in his report from 2013, he used spreadsheets extensively, so you could review exactly on what his assumptions were based and how he calculated it. And there I found several mistakes, which I then pointed out in detail. Now, the question as to how he did it with a non-actual scenario for Krimmel, how he calculated or assumed the post-operation cost was not justified anywhere. And in the calculation that he presented, there were several errors in the modeling. And I would like to give an example for that. In Brockdorf, he assumed far too long and not sustained post-operational phase, which is 8 years, not the 5 years, which would be the appropriate ones from my point of view. And again, the next slide, please. This is the example. I, in detail, explained why the 8 years are wrong. Even if you want to argue that at Krimmel, possibly there was an operational shutdown. In Brockdorf, there was never the case of a surprise or unexpected shutdown. On the contrary, over many years, there were possibilities of getting ready for that situation. And then Mr. Tomauske, in his first report for 2015, stated that that was the case because the MOX element, this is fuel, which is also burns plutonium, not only uranium, that the MOX fuel elements needed to cool down for longer periods of time. From a physical point of view, that is true. They need more time. However, Mr. Tomauske was not familiar with the fact that the authorization for the casks would still allow it for it to be packed at the latest 3 years after cooling down or after being removed. I demonstrated this extensively and I approved it physically. Mr. Tomauske, in his second report from the beginning of this year, he did not approach his topic anymore. However, Mr. Kaczmarek, in his new report, again states that Professor Tomauska has refuted my arguments. And Mr. Kaczmarek does not correct his errors in his calculations, and he still assumed these 8 years. Now let's go to the next item, please.
Next slide, please.
And the next slide.
Dann gibt's einen Disput mit Herrn
There is a difference in opinion with Mr. Tomauski, because in the figures that I presented recently, this derived model, I assumed a lump sum that boiling water reactors are approximately 100 million more expensive for decommissioning. I presented the necessary arguments for it. Boiling water reactors have more contaminated rooms because also the machine rooms can be contaminated to a minor degree, to a minor extent. But on the other hand, pressure water reactor, the large ones, such as Brockdorf, have a steam generator, which they don't have with a boiling water generator reactor, and this represents a pretty big effort. Mr. Tomauski repeatedly claims that those 100 million euro was much too low an amount. He never stated what he considered to be the appropriate amount. I also pointed out that the bigger difference leads to differences in the cost for the decommissioning of the pressure water reactor. If somebody said boiling water reactor are much, much more expensive than in the total calculation, it would indicate that the pressure water reactor is much, much cheaper. Now to the next slide, please. It calls your attention that how Mr. Kaczmarek presents this in his own report and calculations. If you compare the scenarios in which Krimmel was not shut down immediately, but where Krimmel would have continued operating and Brockdorf would have continued operating, then Kaczmarek barely reaches a difference of 64 million euros, which is a very small. He said he does not confirm Mr. Kaczmarek's, forgive me, the interpreter corrects himself. He does not correct Professor Tomauski. The next slide, please. This is comparable to the following. Mr. Tomauski, in both reports, presents in-depth arguments why Krimmel did not start with the actual decommissioning and that it needed a longer post-operation phase. He stated that there were no casks available, that there had been no casks available. In my report, I analyzed in detail what led to the authorization of the casks, of the containers. During all the years of 2000, at the latest in 2002, it was known that there would be no new authorization and it would be necessary to request a new authorization. So Vattenfall had to approach NIS, the company that produces the casks and obtains the authorization. They had to request immediately a new license, a new authorization, and also order the new casks, the new containers, so that they were transported appropriately or in timely manner. And that apparently did not happen. So this is a fact that was basically caused by wrong management decisions at Vattenfall that was due to any external pressure or factor. And then I would like to go to another comparison of a minor scale. And the next slide, please. Mr. Tomauski says it was not possible to do any packing or packaging. And Mr. Kaczmarek and his calculations, which he included in his report for 2013, I can see, and this is the diagram at the bottom. For 2012, he indicates there are costs for casks. You can see the word Behälter in German, container, which this applies to castor. And then he continues happily packaging. It looks very similar to the table I have above that, but Mr. Kaczmarek has a different scenario than the one that Mr. Tomowski explains. Next slide, please. And the following one, please. Now I get to the summary. The analyses I made and the figures that I used for the cost of decommissioning and casks, which I derived from a consequent ex ante perspective, such as had been requested in question 8 of the tribunal. And I reached the conclusion that a post-operation phase of 5 years would be a reasonable one. Artificial extension to 7.5 years, which is presented by the claimants, is based on an unreliable source, which is NIS 2011. The arguments I explained in my report 1 and 2, to this day there has been no position taken regarding these claims. And on this page, in the case of Brockdorf, it even is the case that the post-operation phase probably in reality is much shorter than 5 years that I indicated, because the operators of Brockdorf they are bent on trying to shut down as soon as possible because they know the shutdown date, and this is something that has been mentioned in all the scenarios. And therefore, this artificial prolongation of the post-operation phase to 8 years, instead of those what Mr. Kaczmarek said, just like what Mr. Kaczmarek said, is equally inaccurate. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. The witness switched to English. The witness goes back to German. My schedule for the decommissioning is appropriately calculated with 5 plus 10 plus 2 years for decommissioning and dismantling. The difference between the boiling water and the pressure water reactor were confirmed, at least with Mr. Kaczmarek, and the arguments by Mr. Tomowski against the analysis for the way the interim storage is also invalid. I explained this in detail. Vattenfall, if they had prepared in time to obtain these casks, if they had wanted to, not if they had been able to, but if they had wanted to obtain those casks, they could have finished 2012 or at the latest 2013. They could have started with packaging the fuel elements, just as I presented. And hence they could have finished much sooner and obtain a fuel-free plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zeiler. We will have now a break of 30 minutes. and then we will continue with the cross-examination. Break until 3:40 CT.
FTI, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you get the tribunal to tell the expert that he's still under testimony?
Sure, stand by.
I'm going back to the breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
Ich höre Sie sehr gut. Stärker auch, okay.
All right. Okay, we're back. Mr. Zeiler, I should have asked you and told you before the break that you were not allowed to communicate with anyone regarding this case. But you remember that probably from the previous testimony, experience, that you had to do that. So have you complied with that instruction?
Ja, ich erinnere mich.
Yes, I remember that this rule applies, and I prepared for that I would have to comply with this rule. So, for example, I asked my wife to stay away from me. I must say something for the record. I got up and my screen went blank, and suddenly I looked, and there was the breakout room with Ms. Conrad on my screen briefly, and I turned away and left because I thought that was the best thing to do for me.
You had also that experience. So, Dr. Conrad, did you, on your side, did you communicate in any way or the other?
I didn't even see Dr. Zeiler.
Yes, I never saw him go to the breakout room either. After the last error, making an attempt in confirming that the witness is not going to a breakout room.
Okay, nothing has happened apparently. All right, then, Mr. Akwad, well, you can please proceed with the cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
May I remind everyone that you should choose either the English or the German channel for interpretation.
Mr. Seiler, can you hear me?
Ja, ich kann Sie gut hören.
Didn't get any interpretation.
Yes, I can hear you well.
Thank you. I would like to first take you to your third report, and I would like to ask FTI to put it on the screen. And this is paragraph 8 from your third report. You see that at the top of the page?
Ja, sehe ich.
Yes, I see that.
So in your third report, you made an additional disclosure, correct?
Ich habe in meinem dritten Gutachten.
In my third report and in my fourth report, I disclosed the changes in my professional life. To summarize, from the end of July 2019, I am no longer the chief of the Öko-Institute because I retired due to age. From August 2019, I've had a consulting agreement, a consultant contract with the Bundesgesellschaft für Endlagerung that corresponds to the Swedish SKB, the society that takes care of the safe storage of the burned out fuel elements.
Right, but my question now relates specifically to the disclosure you made here in paragraph 8, which is that you are now advising the Bundesgesellschaft für Endlagerung. And I would like to ask you a few questions on that.
Klar, okay.
Okay.
So the sole shareholder of this entity is the federal government, correct?
Das ist korrekt.
That is correct.
And this entity has a supervisory board.
Die Bundesgesellschaft
The Bundesgesellschaft is a society. It is not an authority. It is a GmbH, as far as I know, and of course it has a supervisory board.
Yes, it's essentially a company, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
And there are representatives from various ministries who are members of this supervisory board that you mentioned, correct?
Sind verschiedene Ministerien durch
There are various ministries that are represented as members of the board of the society.
Yeah, of the supervisory board. Correct?
Ach so, war das eine Frage? Entschuldigung, war Herr Ragenwald?
So that was a question. I apologize, Mr. Ragenwald. So the question was, are the members of the authorities part of the supervisory board, or was your question whether I am a member of the supervisory board?
No, I'm not asking any questions about you at this stage, Mr. Seiler. I will come to that. But for the moment, I'm just asking, and it seems that you are confirming that various representatives of federal ministries are represented in the supervisory board of this particular entity.
Ja.
Yes,
Das ist so.
that is the case.
And that includes the Ministry for the Environment, correct?
Soweit ich weiß, ist es vor
As
allem
far as I know, it is especially the Federal Ministry for the Environment, because they are the ministry that is responsible for the supervision of the assets and so on. They have the supervision for this Bundesgesellschaft.
Right. And there's also a representative of the Ministry of Energy and Economics. Can you confirm that?
kann ich nicht aus eigener Kenntnis bestätigen.
From my own knowledge, I cannot confirm that because until now, I did not look into the different members of the supervisory board, but I cannot exclude that. I do not have anything to do with the supervisory board, so I did not see the need to look at the exact makeup of the supervisory board.
So this assignment, I'm now turning to you and your role here, Mrs. Seiler. Your assignment for BGE is still ongoing, is that correct?
Das ist korrekt. Das ist ein Vertrag.
That is correct. That is a contract that has a longer term, and it started in August of 2019, and I foresee it continuing for several years.
As far as we have been able to ascertain, it is still, at least at this stage, it's a 4-year contract. Would you be able to confirm that?
Das ist ein 4-Jahres-Vertrag.
It is a 4-year contract.
And can you please inform us what remuneration you receive for these services?
Das ist, also es ist keine Dienstleistung.
Well, it is not a service that is paid as a block. I charge by daily rates, so it is based on actual days worked. I believe that you are familiar with such calculations, and my rate per day is 1,600 euros.
Okay, let's move to another topic, Mrs. Seiler. If I could ask FTI to put on the screen an extract from respondents' rejoinder of this year, 14th of July, 2020, and that would be paragraph 30, page 9 for the record. Have you read this paragraph before, Mrs. Seiler?
Ich habe Ihren Schriftsatz einmal überflogen.
I briefly read your documents because I wanted to get an orientation.
So just for the record, before I ask a couple of questions, it says in paragraph 34th, it was also revealed that claimants, without disclosing it to the tribunal or to respondent, hired respondent's expert, Mr. Cordis, for the decommissioning of the criminal MPP. Not only did claimants hire the expert that already in 2016 stated that decommissioning with fuel in the tank is possible, and then within brackets, denied by Professor Tomowski. Did I read that correctly, Mr. Seiler? Mr. Seiler, did you?
Soweit meine Englischkenntnisse gehen.
As far as my English knowledge is concerned, and I read better than I speak, but what I hear from the interpreter is correct what I read here in the English version.
Okay, thank you. That's fine for my purposes. If we could then turn to your report, your fourth report, and that should be paragraph 16. And if I could ask FTI just to highlight the first sentence. So since you understand you can read this, I will just read into the record in English. The other argument of Professor Tomowski in his first expert opinion was that starter decommissioning is only possible when the plant is completely fuel-free. You see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at Professor Tomowski's report. First report, paragraph 219. At the bottom of the page. And in the first sentence, and so this is an extract, Mr. Seiler, from Professor Tomowski's first report. So this is back in 2015. He says, dismantling does not require the absence of all nuclear fuel. You see that?
Das kann ich sehen, ja.
I can see that, yes.
Thank you. And if we go to paragraph 228 of Professor Tomowski's first report, and just read what is now highlighted as well. This is the first sentence for the record. Dismantling a plant that is not free of nuclear fuel is possible within certain limits. You see that?
Das sehe ich.
I see that.
And then if we go to paragraph 153, so we can skip this FTI and go to 153, and if we could highlight the first three sentences. And just we're going to read this into the record as well. Paragraph 153 of Professor Tomowski's first report. On principle, the dismantling of the nuclear fuel-free plant is the preferential path from the point of view of safety and procedure. However, it is also possible to start dismantling the plant prior to the removal of all fuel elements. This is generally possible, provided certain conditions are fulfilled. You see that?
Den sehe ich.
I see this.
So when you say, Mr. Seiler, that Professor Tomowska is taking the position that it is not possible to start decommissioning with fuel in the plant, that is not correct.
Sie haben die Sätze vorgelesen.
You read the sentences that Professor Tomowska carefully formulated in his expert report. However, you also have in the expert report and in the cross-examination 4 years ago, you saw that Professor Tomowska makes a very strong argument that it would be more reasonable to have a plant that is fuel-free when you want to start the decommissioning. And perhaps the sentence that you quoted from my report was formulated in a too absolute way, because this very intense statement for the fuel-free decommission is something that I read from the entire report that was discussed during the cross-examination in Washington by Professor Tomowska.
If I could ask FDI to go back to Mr. Seiler's fourth report, paragraph 16. This is, as you say, this is a very absolute statement, and is it not bordering on a misrepresentation, Mr. Seiler, when you're saying that Professor Tomowska is taking the position that it is only possible when the plant is completely fuel-free to decommission? That is not what he's saying. He's making an argument that it is the preference, but clearly he is saying that it is possible, as we have seen.
Wenn ich den Satz nochmal zu schreiben hätte, was ja
If I
nicht
had to write the sentence again, which is not the case, then I would say it is intensively preferred.
Thank you for that clarification. If we could stay on your fourth report, but go to page 62. Yes, thank you. Paragraph 240. So here in section 6.1, just to start off, Mrs. Ali, you making a comparison between Professor Tomowska's position when it comes to the prolongation of the post-operational phase and Mr. Kaczmarek's position. That's generally correct, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes.
If we look at paragraph 240, you are first here referring to what Professor Tomowska calculated to be the average post-operational phase for the decommissioning projects that started before 2011. That's what you're addressing here, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you say here that he calculated an average post-operational period of 5.2 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you end this paragraph by saying, I consider this as a confirmation of my assumed post-operation period of 5 years. Correct?
Ja, der Satz steht so da.
Yes, that is what the sentence says.
So let's look at the next paragraph before I ask you a couple of questions. Now you're saying, however, Mr. Kaczmarek has set significantly longer post-operational phases. These are 7.5 years for KKK in the actual scenario. So you're contrasting here Mr. Kaczmarek's figure to Professor Tomauska's figure, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you end this section in paragraph 244 by saying that the contradiction between the two claimants' experts has serious consequences in this respect and urgently requires claimants' clarification. That is what you wrote here in your report.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's look at Tomauska's first report, paragraph 210, please. And he writes here in the second sentence, this leads to a prolongation of the post-operational phase by approximately 2.5 years and the total duration of the post-operational phase of 7.5 years. You see that?
Das sehe ich.
I see that.
Okay.
I also read it.
You were present, Mr. Stoller, you were present when Professor Tomauska testified at the 2016 hearing, were you not?
Ich war anwesend,
I was,
soweit ich mich erinnern kann.
as far as I recall, I was present.
Yes. And you recall that Professor Tomauska showed some slides on the screen.
Da erinnere ich mich nicht konkret dran, aber
I don't specifically recall that.
Do you recall whether
overall, I do recall.
Do you recall that Professor Tomauska? Do you recall whether you actually looked at Professor Tomauska's slides before he gave his presentation in 2016?
gehe ich eher nicht davon aus, dass ich sie
I would
anschaue.
rather operate under the assumption that I did not view them before.
Okay, so let's have a look at them then. If I could ask FTI to take up slide 19. So this is, for the record, Professor Tomauska's presentation 2016 at the hearing in October. So if I could first ask FTI to highlight the second bullet point. So this is Professor Tomauska giving a presentation, and he stated on this slide that time required for post-operational phase on average, about 5 years, and then he included normal circumstances. You see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
But as he says, two bullet points further down, highlighted in red, the result of the sudden shutdown led to an extended post-operational phase, 7.5 instead of 5 years. You see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then he said, then in the second sub-bullet point, he does not make a contradiction between himself and Mr. Kaczmarek, but he makes a contradiction between himself and you, Mr. Seiler, where he's saying that in contradiction, Mr. Seiler was giving a prolonged post-operational phase of a maximum of 5 years. You see that?
Das Wort Contradiction fällt mir
The
schon
word contradiction is notable.
Now, as we can see here, Professor Tomalska is saying that because of the sudden phase out in the actual scenario, there is an extended post-operational phase of 7.5 years. And that is exactly what Mr. Kaczmarek is saying, is it not?
Nee.
No.
Well, let's go back to your report.
That's not my understanding.
Okay, so let's go back to your report, paragraph 241. So this is his first report. And paragraph 241. I'm sorry, this is the wrong reference. I apologize. Let's go back to this should not be his first report. Is Mr. Seiler's fourth report that we looked at before.
Which paragraph, please?
Paragraph 241. The one we looked at before. We have to go back one more. 241. Because here you're saying, Mr. Seiler, that Mr. Kaczmarek has set a longer post-operational phase for KKK in the actual scenario, and that is 7.5 years. So there's no contradiction between Professor Tomalska and Mr. Kaczmarek. Isn't that so?
Es gibt also keinen Widerspruch. Hier steht 7,5 Jahre. Der Dolmetscher war gerade aus Versehen auf stumm geschaltet. Aber ist es nicht so, dass es hier gar keinen Widerspruch gibt? Ja.
What is happening?
Wow.
Well, what happened? I couldn't hear Mr. Seiler speak.
I hear somebody speaking like a bullet train.
Let's please repeat the question for the interpreter.
Okay.
Was it the interpreter that spoke or someone else? Please repeat for the interpreter. There was a technical there was a mistake by the interpreter. Please repeat for the interpreter.
Okay.
Lange redet, aber
Mr. Seiler, I think the tribunal has asked me to repeat the question. So if I repeat the question, then you can give an answer. So here you are, in your own words, saying that Mr. Kaczmarek has set a post-operational phase of 7.5 years for KKK in the actual scenario, whereas you were just trying to say that he hasn't. And if it is true, is it not, that there is no contradiction here between Professor Tomalska and Mr. Kaczmarek?
No, slowly. If I really understand your question right, then you're saying that I said Mr. Kaczmarek did not say 7.5 years. Of course, Mr. Kaczmarek, in his scenarios, and this can be explicitly read, said 7.5 years for KKK in the actual scenario, and in the 3 scenarios for Brockdorf, that were calculated for Brockdorf, 8 years is what he set the time at. But I don't fully see what the problem is with that. If I state what Mr. Kaczmarek said in my own words, what he has calculated with his sheets from 2013, his calculation sheets, so I don't see that.
If we go back to paragraph 240. You were asking me what the problem was, and of course I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Seiler, but the problem is that you have here stated that Professor Tomalska is calculating an average post-operational phase of 5.2 years under normal circumstances.
Das sage ich auch und das macht Herr Tomauska auch
I
in der
do say that, and Mr. Tomauska does this in this section that is quoted.
Yes, but as we looked at as well from his slides from the hearing, in the actual scenario with the sudden phase-out, Professor Tomauska's position is that the post-operational phase is 7.5 years. And I'm putting to you that there's no contradiction between Professor Tomauska and Mr. Kaczmarek in this respect. They are both taking the position that the post-operational phase for KKK is 7.5 years. And when you're saying that there's a contradiction, there is no contradiction.
Herr Tomauska hat
Mr. Tomauska calculated the 5.2 years and at this point here, and I see a contradiction still. If, like Mr. Tomauska argues, that the KKK actual scenario is 7.5 years, that he can support that.
I think we can leave this line of question and go to another point. How much time do I have left, Mr. President? I have not taken the time, but
I have to rely on our trusted Secretary of the Tribunal, Gala.
You have used 29 minutes so far.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's stay with your fourth report, and if you could go a little bit backwards in that report to what I believe is page 22, Adobe page 22. And this is, of course, something that you also addressed, at least briefly, in your presentation, right, Mr. Seiler?
Yeah.
Yes.
So here you are discussing personnel needs and personnel capacity in the post-operational phase. Correct?
Das ist korrekt.
This is correct.
And according to what you say, I don't think we can see it, but if FTI could just highlight the source section just underneath the two graphs. Thank you. So you're saying that these are your own calculations based on NIS report of 2010 and 2011. Is that correctly understood?
Das steht so da, ja.
It says it just like that there.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, if we can go to at the end of paragraph 68. Paragraph 68. And at the end of this paragraph, you are saying, well, you're making conclusions, you're making an analysis. I'm not going to go into that, but then you say this is more than just linear. 7.5 years assumed in 2011, 5 years assumed in 2010, and that gives you a factor of 1.5, right? So 7.5 divided by 5, right?
Das war mein Argument.
That was my argument.
Yes. Now, in the sentence just above, the penultimate sentence for the record of this particular paragraph, 68, you are referring to your second report and figure 10.2. You see that?
Yeah.
So let's have a look at
Yes.
that. If FTI could bring it up. So if we could make paragraph 216 and the rest of the page a little bit bigger, please. Thank you. So once again here, you are talking about personnel capacity and other types of costs in the post-operational phase. And you are referring to the data provided by NIS 2010 and 2011 report. You see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, if we look at the second sentence of paragraph 216, you are saying, you are talking about a simple linear increase for a prolongation from 4 to 7.5 years, resulting in changes to cost by a factor of 1.875.
Ja,
You see that?
Sie richtig zitiert.
You quoted that correctly.
So here you're not talking about a prolongation from 5 to 7.5 years as you do in your fourth report, but you're talking about a prolongation from 4 to 7.5 years. And you come to another factor, 1.875, right?
Ja, ergibt sich mathematisch.
Yes, that follows mathematically.
If we could then take up the NIS 2010 report. So this is Silo Exhibit 53 NIS and page 35. And if we could, you have, Mr. Silo, I believe you have the German on the right-hand side, and I have English on the left-hand side. So I will look at the English. Please feel free to look at the German version. Now, on this page, we can see that the post-operational phase, according to NIS in 2010, was expected to have a duration of 4 years. Correct?
Ja. Das ist richtig.
That's correct.
And without having to go to the 2011 report, but we all know that in 2011, NIS assessed that it would be increased to 7.5 years, as you stated in your report, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if we then go back to your fourth report, paragraph 68. And at the end, once again, FTI, at the end of 68, please. So when you are in the last sentence talking about a factor of 1.5, it really should have been 1.875, shouldn't it, Mr. Seiler? It should have been that you should have compared 7.5 years and 4 years assumed in 2010. Would I be correct in that?
Sie würden richtig liegen.
You would be correct, but this does not change anything about the trend.
Well, I'm sure Dr. Conrad or Dr. Pika can pick that up, but that is, as far as I go, we'll go with that. Just one more, a couple of more questions for you, Mr. Seiler, before I let you go. Would you agree with me that as an expert, it is important for you to understand fully the source of the document that you are analyzing?
Das ist normalerweise eine
That is normally a precondition, yes.
Right. If you could, I don't know if FTI could, but if I could ask FTI to actually bring up Mr. Seiler's presentation of today. Thank you. And if you could turn to slide 12. So what on this was part of your agenda, Mr. Seiler, and item 3, you state here that Mr. Kaczmarek has not corrected his false calculations. You see that?
Yeah.
And then you
Yes.
you went on to address that in the next slide, slide 13. That's what you did, right?
Mit Beispielen.
And you are referring here to several calculation sheets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ragenwald, I did not get the interpreted answer.
Mr. Seiler, could you repeat the question? Sorry, the answer.
Ach so.
My question was, and I would,
Sorry,
just for
war
the record,
eher also ich habe das nur als Nebenbemerkung verstanden. Und
I just understood this to be a side note. So if you need something exact, then I have to look in my records. If you want me
that's
to
fine.
be exact, I have to look in my records.
I'm going to ask you some general questions. So this slide 13 that we now have here on the screen, you're saying that there are several errors in Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation sheets, and you identify 4 of them in the sub-bullet points that we see on the screen, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, the calculation sheets that you are referring to here, is it your understanding that the calculations have been done by Mr. Kaczmarek?
ich bin bisher davon ausgegangen.
Thus far, I assumed so, because these calculation sheets were delivered along with Mr. Kaczmarek's report. So I assumed that they were done by Mr. Kaczmarek. Who else was supposed to have done it?
You didn't ask the question and who had done these calculation sheets or the data in these calculation sheets? That's it's not a question that you asked.
Ich überlege mir Sachen, wenn ich
I think about things when I see sheets like that, where there's sometimes German text on there as well. But if I can't identify where they come from, then I can form hypotheses. But I'm not a lawyer in a criminal proceeding. I'm a scientist. And if Mr. Kaczmarek provides this as the basis of his calculations, then I would allege that he is quoting that for himself. And this is how I understood these documents as well.
Okay. So you have not appreciated that these are Vattenfall's calculations prepared for financial reporting purposes?
Es hat, es ehrlich zu sagen,
To be honest, that was one of my hypotheses where this comes from. You are thus confirming this hypothesis, which I had, one of my hypotheses, but there are no statements anywhere that would make this clear in a systematic way, where I could really comprehend that. So to deal with these calculations and with the data that this is all based on. But when you do that, then it's clear that these are the things that Mr. Kaczmarek included in his scientific statement. So I would assume that Mr. Kaczmarek follows scientific standards and that he wants to work with those standards. So that is a part of his stuff. So there was no clear source provided. And this to say enough does not look like Vattenfall. So I was not sure about this hypothesis that I had.
I think we established when I started asking you these questions, Mr. Seiler, that you agreed that it was important to know and understand the source of the documents that you're analyzing. But what you're now telling me is that you have not known about this source and you have been hypothesizing about the source, correct?
Das ist die.
That's the discussion, or that the statement. Basically, you're twisting very strongly my statement. So let me try to repeat it for that reason. I was handed the report by Mr. Kaczmarek, 2013. We're talking about the first one, his first one. So based on my knowledge. So Mr. Kaczmarek, in his report, wrote a lot and calculated a lot. And all his input data was made available. And those are those NAV sheets, which we kept talking about during these proceedings. It is not clear from the NAV sheets that they come from Vattenfall. And I told you I had a hypothesis that they are from Vattenfall, but I'm not obligated in a scientific report about cost calculations if the author says he refers to this or that sheet, and there are many of those sheets in there which are very detailed and very easy to understand, or can be understood even with the calculations behind them. So it was one advantage that the Excel formulas were provided as well, but he submitted that as evidence or as documentation for his input data and even for his calculations. So nowhere, in no place, did I see anything about Vattenfall or the name Vattenfall. So I've explained it again. These sheets were introduced into these proceedings not as VAT number, then one could have thought it's Vattenfall, but NAF, which is clearly a totally different company as Vattenfall.
Mr. Seiler, if I may, and just bring your attention to what you testified in the provisional transcript at 10:24:37, and you said, to be honest, that was one of my hypotheses where this comes from, and that was in response to the following question. So you have not appreciated that these were Vattenfall's calculations prepared for financial reporting purposes. And this means, does it not, that you were in fact guessing and you were attributing these calculation sheets to Mr. Kaczmarek without knowing better. Isn't that correct?
Ich habe verstanden.
I understood. So the hypothesis is, after all that, when you work with a specific goal, with a specific task. And the task was to analyze the numbers and or the processes behind the figures. It was not the task, and my comment earlier about criminal proceedings, which is what I said earlier, so it was not the task to check with undeclared sheets who the original creator was. Well, of course, you don't want to go around the world with blinders, and so here and there, you might be interested in some things surrounding the actual issue. So I kept asking myself the question over and over again, where do these sheets come from? Did Mr. Kaczmarek come up with them himself, or did he sit down with Vattenfall? That was another hypothesis. He's talking to Vattenfall and says he needs this or that data, and Vattenfall provides it to him. Or maybe he also received sheets like these. I'm not an expert in financial matters, you know that. And as a non-financial expert, it was still a question left. Who builds such complex sheets? Who puts these together? But since I'm not a finance expert, so even though I'm a managing director of a big institute, I had people who took care of the finances. So of course I supervised them, but the other way around, if an author says these are, these tell me who the real author is, and then I have to assign them. And if they're also called NAV, these sheets, then this was another hypothesis of mine. One of the many that I had is that the company Navigant had people that put this together. So that was another hypothesis that was possible. So ever since you told me, I know it's Vattenfall.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seiler. Mr. President, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel. Dr. Pika, please proceed with the redirect.
Professor Van, my apologies. Professor Vandenberg, this is not necessary. Respondent does not need a redirect examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I look to my colleagues. Judge Bauer.
No, thank you.
Professor Lowell.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Then Mr. Seiler, thank you for testifying. You're excused as an expert witness. Right, we take a break of 15 minutes and then resume with Mr. Cohen.
Oh, that's 25 of.
Let's see.
No, I'm sorry. What time?
I still have to do the math. It is 4:50 we resume.
Right, okay.
CET.
Got it.
59. May I remind everybody again to select either English or German on your oh no, we don't have the interpretation anymore. Sorry. And I take this opportunity to thank the interpreters very much for their hard work and their excellent work. And I think they are, in my terminology, now excused, unless any of the parties tells me that they still need a dolmetscher.
No, but we were very happy with the work and thank them.
Okay. Then, Dr. Cohen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cohen, could you please state your full name for the record?
Robin John Cohen.
Dr. Cohen, you appear as an expert witness for the respondent. If any questions are clear to you, either because of language or for any other reason, please do seek a clarification. Because if you don't do so, the tribunal assumes you have understood the question and that your answer responds to the question. Dr. Cohen, you will appreciate that testifying before a court or arbitral tribunal is a very serious matter. In that connection, the tribunal expects you to give the declaration, the text of which is in front of you on the screen.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you. Then, since this is an online hearing, the tribunal asks you also to give an affirmation, which is that do you affirm that there is no one else in the room with you except those authorized, and that no unauthorized person can communicate with you?
I do.
Okay. Professor Aubert, do you wish me to do a sweep with the camera? Or to ask?
That's not necessary, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, not necessary.
Okay, thank you. Then may I ask you then to go to your expert report of 23 October 2019. And you go to the signature page. And could you confirm for the record that on page 68, that's your signature?
It is, yes.
Could you go please, so you go to your second report, dated 16 July 2020, and you go there to the signature page, page 87. You confirm the record
yes,
that's your signature. Thank you. Yeah. Is there any correction, amendment, or modification you wish to make to either report, Dr. Cohen?
There are a couple of just drafting corrections that I'd like to make.
Sure.
So in my third report, at a paragraph 170, in the penultimate line where it says only the 5 years, it should say 10.
I see, I tried to find it.
There it is.
170?
Yes, that should say 10 years, not 5.
Okay, yeah, I got you, yeah.
And then if you turn over the page to paragraph 173, the references in that paragraph to coal should be to gas. The heading above refers to gas prices, so it should read the low-case gas price projection in the first line. And elsewhere it should read to gas, not coal. Okay.
Yep.
And then one last one in my fourth report. At paragraph 330, 330. In the second bullet there, something's gone wrong with the transcript. But anyway, it's not a question mark upside down, it's a bullet. It should say actual, sorry, it should read but for scenario in that second bullet.
Instead of actual scenario, but for.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Okay.
All right, then, Dr. Cohen, in lieu of the direct examination, you have your 30 minutes of presentation. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Tribunal. Just before I begin, I'd like to update you on this slide with my CV. I left Charles River Associates in 2018 to become an independent consultant. So for the purposes of this current work as an expert for the respondent, I'm a subcontractor to Charles River Associates. I've also become a panel member of the UK Competition and Markets Authority. Next slide, please. So just to begin in my presentation, I want to cover four main areas, and I'll set out briefly here the scope of my presentation then. So first, I want to begin explaining how my ex-ante low case power price projection differs from an ex-ante central case power price projection. And just to summarize briefly, central case projection has a 50-50 probability associated with it that outturn power prices are higher than the projection or lower. This contrasts with a low case where there's a higher probability. I've intended that that should be 70% in my low case, a higher probability that outturn power prices turn out to be higher than projected. And conversely, then there's a 30% probability that outturn prices are lower than projected. In this way, a low case projection mitigates the 50% risk of losses or under recovery in a central case. It's better than a 50-50 bet. So secondly, why would investors, prospective investors in Vattenfall's MPPs want a better than a 50-50 bet? Well, firstly, there's a position of lenders who, in this case, wouldn't have security for their loans, and they would have required a low case power price projection as standard in order to make their financial assessment of their potential lending. Turning then to equity investors, as at the valuation date of 29 June 2011, they would have been risk averse for quite a number of reasons. And I'll go through these in my presentation, but to summarize briefly, share prices in utilities were underperforming relative to other equities at this time. Share prices in utilities were also underperforming relative to share market analysts' projections. Power market prices were volatile, and that brought a lot of risks. Investors would have been aware of the precedents of at least one other NPP financing at this time. There was, in any event, a poor investment case for Vattenfall's MPPs. Krimmel had not been functioning for 4 years. The investment case on that basis alone did not look promising. And all of this was in the context of the impact of Fukushima, the third in a series of major nuclear emergencies. So, next slide, please. That's why I then produced a low case power price projection. My low case power price projection is a reasonable low case. I've determined it as a discount to central case power price, central case projections of commodity prices, which I've then run through my model to produce the low case power price in a way that's consistent with other studies. Ex post, you can see that it's turned out to be quite a conservative projection. So this slide shows here with the dotted line outturn power prices, and with the brown and dark lines there, my ex ante and but for low case power price projection. So what might have looked like a good deal ex ante on a low case power price projection actually turned out ex post to be quite a poor deal. My fourth area then is to look at why Mr. Kaczmarek's extrapolated futures prices are not reasonable. They're not a low case. My point I've made repeatedly, they simply extrapolate illiquid futures prices. But I also want to turn again to the point that they fail to differentiate between actual and but-for price projections. And this is not only wrong, but it's also important because it ignores the increased profit of Vattenfall's non-nuclear power plants in the actual scenario relative to what they would otherwise have achieved in the but-for pricing scenario. So those are the four areas that I want to cover. If we go to the next slide, please. So first then, how does my ex-ante low case power price projection differ from an ex-ante central case power price projection? Well, it's intended to represent the price projection where willing buyers and sellers could converge on a valuation of Vattenfall's MPPs, given the likely risk of aversion of buyers. The ex-post, or in this case ex-ante central case power price projection, reflects a consensus of market expectations. As I mentioned earlier, a 50% probability that outturn prices could be lower, and as such, a 50% probability that a central case valuation is loss-making for buyers. For risk-averse buyers, in this context at the valuation date, a central case is simply too risky as a 50-50 bet. A higher probability of profitability is required, given the nature of the risks that are being transferred in the transaction to this hypothetical buyer. Such low case price projections are required to induce a willing purchase. This fair market value context for this is terribly important. And fair market value requires us, I think, to take into account the relative risk aversion of buyers and sellers. And I quote here from a short paper by Mercer Capital that Mr. Kaczmarek also quotes from, refers to in his fourth report. And I'll read it. In some instances, the fact that an event, and here by event I mean power price formation, the fact that an event might occur in the future is known at the time of a transaction or at a valuation date. What is not generally known is when or with what probability the event might occur. Appraisers must assess those probabilities and incorporate the risks or potential benefits appropriately in their appraisals, the way that reasonably informed hypothetical investors might, based on information available at the valuation date. So from this, for me, it's clear that I need to look at these risks and work out how to incorporate them appropriately in a crucial part of the transaction, which is the power price projection that is used to feed into the ultimate valuation. Next slide, please. So Mr. Kaczmarek has suggested in his fourth report that the discount rate should be the appropriate way of accounting for these risks. But these discount rates do not provide for the necessary risk adjustment in buyers' valuations for NPPs. How do I know this? Because Mr. Kaczmarek's discount rate leads to too high a valuation, assuming a central case power price projection to determine the cash flows that are being discounted. How do I know this? Well, the first bullet point here, stock market analysts also undertake discounted cash flow analysis to reach their target valuations of utilities. And these stock market analysts use pretty similar discount rates to those employed by both Mr. Kaczmarek and Ms. Harding, but they also use central case power price projections. However, with this discount rate, with this common discount rate, these stock market analysts reached repeatedly target valuations in excess of actual stock market valuations. And I'll come back to that later on in this presentation. So in other words, the discount rates used by analysts and Mr. Kaczmarek do not fully adjust for the systematic risks that in practice were reflected in the actual and lower market valuations of utilities. I would also add as a source here, paragraph 37 of my fourth report. So the necessary adjustment to allow for systematic risks that were not taken into account by these analysts and by Mr. Kaczmarek using the same discount rate is the use of low case power price projections. They should be substituted. They should be used instead of a central case power price projection. And I'd also add again here the source of paragraph 37 in my fourth report. So
sorry, Dr. Cohen, this is the court reporter. Do slow down just a little bit. You're losing me now. Thank you.
I apologize. So in other words, the discount rates used by Mr. Kaczmarek and Ms. Harding result in a valuation that's too high unless a low case power price track is also used. There is another possible explanation that the discount rates of Mr. Kaczmarek and the analysts was simply too low, that these equity investors who were driving lower valuations than those calculated by the analysts were using much higher discount rates. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Next slide, please. So I want to go through here how effectively the discount rates used by Mr. Kaczmarek and Ms. Harding are determined. So these discount rates, which are the weighted average cost of capital, are consistent with the low case power price projection. How do I know this? Well, the weighted average cost of capital, as shown in this top left box, is an average of the cost of equity and the cost of debt, weighted together by their respective proportions used in the financing or in the assumed financing of the acquisition. The cost of debt first, just that downward arrow, well, that comes from the required interest rates from lenders lending into such a transaction. And as I've said, and I'll come back to later, such lenders would assess the cost of debt by taking into account low case power price projections. Lenders are in any event risk averse because they have no upside from such a transaction. Turning then to the cost of equity, top right box, the most widely utilized method for estimating the cost of equity is the capital asset pricing model. The box below shows the formula for that, the risk-free rate plus beta times the equity risk premium gives you the equity cost of capital. What is beta then? Beta is the measure of systematic risk or volatility associated with a security, a share, relative to the overall volatility of the market for shares, for equity securities. Next slide, please. So my analysis, which shows that the share prices of utilities prior to the valuation date reflected low case price projections. So that means that the share prices from which beta is calculated, which feeds into the cost of capital, which determines the discount rate being used, reflects low case power price projections, not central case power price projections. In other words, the cost of equity in the discount rates used by Ms. Harding and Mr. Kaczmarek is consistent with a low case price expectation and not a central case price expectation. To use their discount rates, which they've correctly calculated or largely correctly calculated from market-based information, one needs to make the same, take the same approach as the way in which those share prices were determined by actual investors, which was to do their analysis, their assessment of value on the basis of low case price projections. So relying on the discount rate by itself without this correction and using low case price projections would not by itself sufficiently account for the relative risk aversion of buyers. So turning now to some further points about why a low case power price projection would be required by prospective investors. With the benefit of hindsight, it's indeed obvious why investors would have required a low case price projection to mitigate risks. As I showed you before, just a few slides ago, outturn power prices track below my low case price projections. But it's also clear from ex-ante evidence that a low case was required by prospective investors. These investors were acting rationally in the stock market by using low case price projections. Firstly, next slide, please. Oh, sorry, we should have moved to that one. Next slide after that. This figure ought to be familiar. I've used it in my reports, and it shows the way in which outturn power prices have underperformed, undershot relative to futures prices. And just to highlight there, in the year 2009, the futures price determined only a year before for that year in the top 2008 track of futures prices is some 87% below. The outturn price is some 87% below what was there in the futures price only a year ago. And you can see in the other tracks of futures prices a similar large gap between those future price projections and outturn prices. So futures prices were not just were not a basis for long-term investment due to their lack of liquidity, but they're also not a reliable indicator for projecting forward power prices. Just because they may have represented a mean or average expectation, it doesn't mean that there wasn't a very large variance in outturn prices around that mean expectation. Outturn deviations from these futures prices were not small, they were substantial. This in particular highlighted the riskiness of investments in power generation dependent on power prices for revenues, but also particularly so for high fixed cost power plants, where the profit is much more exposed to these price fluctuations in the power market prices than for power plants with a smaller proportion of fixed costs. Next slide, please. So turning again then to the position of lenders, and then I'll come back also to the position of equity investors. So lenders without security for their loans, as would be the case in this transaction, require financial assessments based on low case prices. This is consistent also with Mr. Kaczmarek's approach to considering fair market value. And I quote here from his first report: "Even though Krummel has no debt in its books, a hypothetical buyer would clearly contemplate the use of debt in acquiring and valuing Krummel." So we need to consider the position of lenders in determining the appropriate financing arrangements for such a transaction. And lenders with no upside are more naturally concerned simply with the downside risk of not getting their interest payments and potentially not even getting their principal back. I've quoted in my fourth report from a standard methodology developed by Standard & Poor's to cover the way in which they apply a credit rating to project finance debt. And they say, here's an example for a power project with merchant exposure, and that means exposure to spot prices, no long-term contract covering a significant duration of time. Market conditions are assumed to be commensurate with a 20-year trough in prices. Now, to put that into context, the 20-year trough prior to the valuation date would have been a €22.50 per megawatt hour price. Actually, the low point in my power price, in my low case power price projection, is only €35 a megawatt hour. Next slide, please. So what this slide shows here is the cash flows from Vattenfall's NPPs from the valuation date through to 2023 that would result from applying my low case power price projection. And you can see the way in which these front end cash flows are strongly negative, and they become negative again towards the end. These negative cash flows would have made it extremely difficult to raise debt to support such a transaction. And without debt, more risk would have fallen inevitably on the equity component of such a transaction. And both Mr. Kaczmarek and Ms. Harden actually assume a 50-60% debt component in the transaction. The absence of debt would by itself have made the sale of the NPPs likely infeasible. Next slide, please. So turning then to the position of equity investors. Well, the overall market context was unattractive to equity investors. Since the financial crisis of 2008, the utility index, the index of utility shares, had fallen by some 45% to the valuation date. This slide shows the increasing gap between the overall equity market performance and the performance of utilities indexed back to 2010. There was an increasing gap there through to the valuation, through to, in this chart here, through to March. So utility shares were underperforming the overall equity market in this period. A report by PwC, which I refer to, also identifies that equity and debt financing in the utility sector had become increasingly difficult at this time. Next slide, please. So my analysis also shows that utility equity investors demonstrated their risk aversion by valuing utilities below the target share prices of equity analysts. So in my analysis, I've looked at over 500 target share prices. These are the prices estimated by stock market analysts, what they think the share price should be for the various companies that they're analyzing. And my analysis has looked at 500 of these target prices across some 7 major utilities from 20 to 30 different analysts from around mid-2010 through to the valuation date. Nearly 3/4 of the analysts' target prices at publication of their reports were overvaluations, but they also remained as such. So instead of the actual price tracking up towards these target prices, the market, if you like, correcting and coming in line with the stock market analysts' predictions, that didn't happen. In fact, the overvaluations in the vast majority of cases increased. So there was a systematic overvaluation of shares by stock market analysts. These stock market analysts were likely using central case power price projections, as indeed identified by Mr. Kaczmarek in his fourth report. The explanation then for this systematic overvaluation is likely to be a systematic factor, and that systematic factor most obviously is that actual investors were basing their assessment of utilities on low case power price projections. And the chart here shows that progressive overvaluation. As you can see, the stacked bar chart, the bars in the chart, they're getting larger over time from 1 week to 6 months after publication, indicating an increase in overvaluation over time, as opposed to what the market analysts were obviously hoping for, the reverse. Next slide, please. There's also precedent from the financial assessment of other NPPs to demonstrate the need for investors in nuclear power plant to mitigate any market price risk. There's the example of British Energy. The UK government assessed the financial viability and value of British Energy after it got into trouble in the early 2000s during its financial restructuring that occurred subsequently to that by using a reasonable worst case projection of market prices. This assessment supported the government's investment in British Energy, but that investment was only feasible with significant debt restructuring, the removal of certain decommissioning obligations, and the capping of contributions required by the company to fund decommissioning. The company had to be significantly de-risked in order to make it an investable proposition. I also refer to the example of Hinkley Point C. This is a new construction rather than an existing power plant still under construction in the UK. But I think it also exemplifies the high degree of risk aversion of investors to nuclear projects. The bonds had to be guaranteed by the UK government with a special credit guarantee that was not available from the open market. And market prices for the project are fixed for 35 years under a long-term contract at some £92.50 a megawatt hour. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier that the investment case for Vattenfall's NPPs was itself poor. So at the valuation date, Krummel had not been operational for nearly 4 years. I understand there was a history of revisions and postponements of planned restart dates. This by itself would have created a significant risk and uncertainty for prospective investors. Decommissioning costs by themselves were significant, they were large. And as I've mentioned before, cash flows under the low case projection were negative for a significant period of time through to 2017. So the investment proposition being offered to investors, trying to look at how robust the offer was to them to buy these NPPs, was not attractive. Next slide, please. So this was also all happening in the shadow of Fukushima. Fukushima was, as I mentioned, the third in a series of major nuclear emergencies following 3 Mile Island in 1970, Chernobyl in 1986. As an indication of the impact of Fukushima on the market, we can observe that the DAX Global Nuclear Energy Index fell by 10% on the first trading day after Fukushima, and a further 6% on the following day, continued to slide before stabilizing towards the end of 2011. When we decompose the index, we can see that the underlying share price movements principally responsible for this decline were those of uranium company shares. And these uranium companies would have stood to lose out most, or even more than utilities that might have a more diverse portfolio of assets, not just nuclear generating stations, a more diverse portfolio of assets. In contrast, the uranium companies were principally producing uranium to be converted into nuclear fuel. So they would be much more exposed to potential restrictions in nuclear output. And the market saw that and reacted. Of course, then the regulators also reacted, and the European Council, amongst many other regulators, declared that the safety of all nuclear plants should be reviewed. This then raised the concern or spectre for potential investors that they might face increases in costs in order to comply with potential new regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. So why is my low case power price projection a reasonable low case? It's based on commodity input prices with a typical discount from their own central case projection. My low case shown here on the slide, the brown and the black lines, the actual and the but-for, reach a maximum of a 34% differential to Mr. Kaczmarek's projection, even supposing that his is a central case. The discount in these commodity prices, which I fed into my model to produce these power prices, are themselves consistent with similar sorts of discounts on central case projections in reports published by agencies like the Department for Energy in the UK and the European Commission. And as I've emphasized before, in any event, with the benefit of hindsight, my low case projection looks fairly conservative. It's tracked above actually for some years. You can see their outturn power prices in that black dashed line. Next slide, please. So my fourth and last area I wanted to touch on is why Mr. Kaczmarek's price projections do not provide a reasonable basis for his assessment of damages. So this is not just that he uses illiquid futures prices that are not relevant to long-term nuclear power plant investors. It's also that he fails to differentiate between the actual and the but-for in his projections. And I don't think this is consistent with the evidence that Mr. Kaczmarek himself refers to in relation to power price projections. And he himself refers to the change in futures prices over the dates of 10th to 15th of March. And it's in that latter date, 14th to 15th, that he refers to information becoming available into the market that prefigured the potential measures and had an impact on investor sentiment and in futures prices. So that by itself should have indicated a need to differentiate between actual and but-for price projections. There are also a number of contemporaneous price projections produced by other forecasting agencies that themselves exhibit a significant increase as between the actual and the but-for scenarios from year to year, where they have explicitly modeled the measures. Now, Mr. Kaczmarek says it's difficult to isolate the impact or potential impact of the measures from all of the other factors going on in the market. Well, it may be difficult, but there's a whole industry out there of analysts and consultancies and firms that do this for a living. They're addressing precisely these sorts of what-if questions. It's a tractable problem. This is important because allowing for an increase in actual prices above but-for prices provides an increase in profits of Vattenfall's non-nuclear plants that in 2010 comprised the substantial majority of Vattenfall's overall generating capacity in Germany. Next slide, please. So I show here for a number of these contemporaneous studies the difference in terms of the gap from top to bottom in the range of price projections across those studies. But I put alongside the blue lines, which are the but-for scenarios, the red lines, between the red boxes, the actual scenarios. And what you can see there quite clearly is that the actual prices, big range across the different projections, but they all consistently track above the range in the but-for price scenarios. This is important because, as I said, when I focus in on three or four of these studies, they're the 5 to 21% price increase from year to year due to the measures that would have increased Vattenfall's non-nuclear, lignite and hydro generation profits by potentially 3 billion euros, assuming no increase in marginal costs. I should add here also another reference in my report, paragraph 335 in my fourth report. And this estimate of 3 billion actually, as I say here, is only focused on the lignite and hydro plant. Vattenfall also had significant coal and gas-fired plant, and they would also have picked up an increase in profitability from an increase in power prices in the actual scenario relative to the but-for scenario. I myself estimated my own analysis a smaller increment to Vattenfall's profitability from its lignite and hydro generation of just under 200 million. But the main point I'm trying to make here is that the evidence that Mr. Kaczmarek had directly available to him should have led him to think about both the difference between an ex-ante, between an actual and a but-for price scenario, and the implications of that for the profitability of Vattenfall's non-nuclear power plant. Next slide, please. So to conclude, low case power price projections should be used to value Vattenfall's nuclear power plants. There are a number of reasons for equity investor risk aversion, driving them towards wanting to use such a low case power price. Share prices in utilities were underperforming relative to other equities. We can see that from the various MSCI indices. Share prices in utilities were underperforming relative to analysts' projections, and these share prices were mostly below the target prices of these analysts. Power market prices in themselves were volatile, and in particular, futures contracts at this time appeared to be, or they were, repeatedly over-forecasting power prices. There were precedents from other NPP financings, British Energy available to investors at that time to influence them. The investment case in Vattenfall's NPPs was inherently poor. Kreml had not been in continuous operation for some time. Cash flows were negative under the low case, was not robust, and there were significant decommissioning obligations to be funded. And all of this in the shadow of a major nuclear accident. Lenders would, of course, looked at all of this, but they would also, in any event, have been concerned to consider a low case power price projection in order to ensure that any lending that they did, they'd have a reasonable chance of getting it back. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen. Professor Robert, please proceed with cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Cohen.
Good afternoon.
Let me just get organized here a bit. You've been asked, have you not, to perform an opinion on the impact on power prices by the measures, what we call the measures. Isn't that correct?
Which reports are you referring to?
I'm referring to your last report, for example, number 4.
So it's not just an impact on power prices, no. It's the relevant impact on power prices to support Ms. Hardin in her fair market valuation assessment.
Well, in item 1 of your 4th report, you said that you've been asked to provide my opinion as to the impact on power prices, if any.
Sorry, I can't see where you're quoting from.
It's your 4th report.
Yes.
Heading description of assignment, point 111.
Yeah.
I have been retained, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. And if you go down that page, a couple of paragraphs, we go back to that main page, and we go to paragraph 3. And I just highlight the words relevant to Ms. Hardin's assessment.
Okay, but your focus is on power prices. We can agree on that.
My focus is on power prices, yes.
Yeah. And you've not been asked to provide any kind of legal assessment or legal opinion.
Absolutely not.
You have no legal training, I suppose.
No.
And you've not been asked to perform any damages calculation or damages valuation, but focusing on power prices.
In this case, yes.
Yes. So I assume you have received instructions from your client in
Yes.
preparing could you tell me what those instructions are?
Well, they're reflected here.
Well, could you tell me what they are?
To support Ms. Hardin in preparing, to support Ms. Hardin by preparing price projections for her evaluation,
But you have not received any instructions then with respect to the actual substance of your reports, if I understand you correctly.
What do you mean by substance of the reports?
For example, whether or not new production volumes are to be included or not in your calculations?
When you say new production volumes, you're referring to long-term
Yes,
production
LTEs.
volumes, LTEs. So you'll see in my report, I focused on the OEPV analysis because that's where Ms. Hardin was focusing, but I also produce a low case price track looking forward at also a longer term period.
And the instructions that you have received them from your client, I assume you have checked to make sure that they are in compliance with your obligations, ethical and otherwise, as an independent professional consultant?
Yes, I considered my ethical position in terms of what I was being asked to do.
What have you been asked with respect to the starting date for the Krimmel plant? Have you received any instructions there?
No. Well, in terms of supporting Ms. Hardin in her analysis, I took Ms. Hardin's assumptions on nuclear power plant production.
And what is the starting date that you have applied in your calculations for the Krimmel plant?
It's the same as Ms. Hardin's.
Namely?
I think that's back into 2014.
Okay. But you know that this is a disputed point in the arbitration, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Kaczmarek, he has been performing evaluation of claimants' nuclear power plants, right?
Yes.
Yes. And in so doing, he has used the discounted cash flow method, which
Yes.
is commonplace. And that method means that you actually forecast incoming and outgoing cash flows and then discount them back to the valuation date to get the value.
Yes.
Yeah. I assume that you have seen the briefs submitted by the parties in this arbitration, the claimants' briefs, for example.
Which briefs are you referring to?
For example, the claimant's memorial.
Yes.
The initial brief, so you would be aware of who the claimants are in this case.
Yes.
Yes. So you know then that the primary claimants are Krimmel, Brunsbüttel, and Vattenfall Nuclear, right?
Yes.
And it's correct, is it not, that these three companies only have nuclear power plants as assets?
Yes.
Now, if you were to value these nuclear power plants, the three I mentioned, owned by the three companies I mentioned, you would look to the DCF method, wouldn't you?
If I was looking only at those nuclear power plants.
Yes, that was my question. I mean, if you're going to value these three power plants, you would use the DCF method, wouldn't you?
Just those three power plants, yes.
As I said, these three power plants, yes, you would use the DCF method, correct? Yes. And you would then look at the cash flows of these three power plants, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yes. Now, when you have made your price calculations of the electricity price, you have used the 2011 annual report of Vattenfall, haven't you?
I have looked at it, yes.
Yes. And you used that as a basis for your calculations. You're taking information there from, let's say.
For which part of my calculations are you referring to?
Now I'm referring primarily to the calculations that you've done with respect to the so-called portfolio effect that you looked at.
Yes.
Yes. It's correct, isn't it, that you've looked at the 2011 Vattenfall annual report?
And the 2010 annual report.
Yes. The 2011 annual report was submitted, as you know, don't you, with Mr. Kazimek's first report, submitted with our memorial. Or if
I don't recall that precisely, but if you say so, yes.
Okay. And you've also used other studies submitted by Mr. Kazmek in his second report, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes. Now, still focusing on the portfolio effect that you think you have identified here. When you look at other assets of Vattenfall and making your calculations, you focused on the hydro and lignite plants of Vattenfall. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes. And the increase that you see in the profitability of these plants are due, you say, to the shutdown of the nuclear power plants, right?
It's due to the increase in power prices as between the actual and but-for scenarios.
But in your view, caused by the shutdown of the nuclear power plants?
The principal difference between the actual and the but-for scenarios is clearly the accelerated shutdown, yes.
Mm. And when you made your calculations, you have multiplied the electricity output of these other Vattenfall plants with a certain price per megawatt hour, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes. And you have assumed that the electricity output in these plants will remain unchanged?
Conservatively, yes.
Yes. And this output of these hydro and lignite plants, it is correct, isn't it, that about approximately 95% of that comes from lignite plants? Do you know that?
Sorry, say that again.
The output that you've calculated from these other Vattenfall plants, i.e. the hydro and lignite plants, 95% of that output is from lignite plants.
Right. So you're saying when I put aside the increased production and increased profitability from the coal and gas plant and focused on the hydro and lignite, then the lignite are the substantial majority of that lignite plus hydro, ignoring then. So we're putting on one side the hydro and the coal and the gas.
So 95% approximately is made up of lignite production.
Of this subset, yes.
Yes. Okay. In your calculations, you've also assumed that the cost for production or for producing this additional or this amount, these values would remain the same, didn't you?
That's correct.
Yes. And you also assumed that the increased electricity prices have translated directly into increase of profits, right?
That follows from the assumption in this analysis that the marginal costs don't change.
Mm. So it's an immediate profit, as it were, in your calculations.
Yes, and it follows from the assumption that the output from these lignite plants also doesn't increase.
Yes. Now, if we define profit, I suppose we can agree on that it's basically revenues minus costs, depreciation, interest, taxes, and other expenses, right?
Profit are you talking about economic profit or accounting profit or the cash flow calculation?
Well, normal economic financial calculation of profit would include that you subtract those things that I just mentioned.
And repeat again the things which you would want to be subtracted.
Costs, depreciation, taxes, interest, and other expenses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where you're getting to is a net profit as opposed to an increase in might be operating profit.
In your calculations that you've done in this context, you have not subtracted taxes, have you?
No.
No. Are you aware of what the what the tax rate is in Germany, the general tax rate?
No.
So if I say that Ms. Harden has used in her calculations about 30%, would that sound normal to you?
That would not surprise me, no.
Yeah. So these calculations that you have made, I mean, the top amount there is 3 billion euros. So 30% of 3 billion would be 900 million euro, right? That's simple math.
Yeah.
Yeah. In your fourth report, you also expect that coal and gas-fired power plants, that they would generate more electricity as a consequence of the shutdown of the MPPs, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the electricity previously produced by NPPs would be at least partially replaced by coal and gas-fired power plants.
Correct.
That's correct, right? So coal and gas-fired power plants that produce more electricity, they also produce more CO2, right?
When they run, yes.
Yes. And as you know, for every ton of CO2 emitted, a power plant must have a CO2 certificate, right? From the EU emission trading system.
Or otherwise it faces a financial penalty for emitting without a CO2 permit. That's correct.
Yes, and this would also include lignite-fired plant, wouldn't it?
They also need CO2 permits, that's correct.
Yes. And this trading system, the EU emission trading system, is what I would call a market-based system. Wouldn't you agree? I.e., it's basically regulated by demand and supply principles?
No, not really. It's more closely regulated. It's arguably a lot more impacted by regulations from Brussels and by underlying supply and demand forces. But clearly, you're correct. Market forces do play a role in determining EUA prices, but also the interventions of the European Commission through the successive phases of the European Union's emission trading scheme also play a significant part in impacting the value of EUAs.
But generally speaking, more demand for CO2 certificates would lead to higher, demand for CO2 certificates will lead to higher prices for them, wouldn't it? I mean, generally speaking.
Well, no, not necessarily in this particular context. I think there are a number of important points to make here. But firstly, on the supply side, we also have an uncertain increments in supply of EUAs that come from projects outside the EU. So they come in the form of CERs and ERUs, certified emission reductions and emission reduction units. So they can add to supply in a way that has been hard to predict. So that's one key point. And also, at this particular time we're talking about in middle of 2011, coming towards the end of phase 2 of the scheme, there was a substantial surplus of EUAs in the market. So by the time we get to the end of phase 2, which is the end of 2012, I think there's around 2 billion surplus EUAs in the market. So the market participants during the period of phase 2 had been banking emission reduction EUAs. They had been, if you like, hoarding them against the potential increase in prices of EUAs, against the concern that the price might go up in the future. So there was an overhang on the market of a substantial quantity of EUAs, which would mean that a demand increase for EUAs would not necessarily and obviously translate into an equally proportionate price increase for EUAs, notwithstanding also the impact of increments in supply that I also just mentioned.
To the extent that CO2 prices for certificate studies were increasing, those higher prices would have to be paid also by lignite plants. Isn't that correct?
If you were to assume that,
yes,
power price that these EUA prices go up, then the lignite plant, in the short run, during this phase 2, the owners would not be paying, I think, for them, because they would have had a free allowance of EUAs during this period. They might also have had the foresight to buy up EUAs, which, if you remember, only a few years before had fallen in price to 0. So they might have been sitting on an accumulated bank of 0 price or very low priced acquisition cost EUAs that they could use to support their ongoing production of lignite produced electricity.
Could I ask FTI please to put up document NAV 238 on the screen? And go to PDF page. Well, before we do that, I mean, do you recognize this report?
I do, yes, yes.
You have used it in your calculations.
Correct.
You say it's footnote 221 of your 4th report.
Yeah.
If we could go then to PDF page 46. This is 32. Oh, that's okay. That's a correct page. It's 32 we need. So this is in German. So I assume you understand and read German, right?
No, I don't read German, but I have looked at a translation of this report, or of key parts of this report. So I recognize the paragraph that you're probably going to direct me towards, where it looks at the €4, yeah?
Yes, you've seen that before, have you?
I have seen that.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go to figure 4.1 in this same report?
No, I think you can do that in redirect. I mean, this is what was my question, and we'll move on to another question.
Sure.
Now, with respect to the price increase that you've looked upon, and I'm still on the portfolio discussion, so to speak.
Yes.
And we talked about the time period between March and June, essentially. I mean, you have discovered, you say, a price increase there, and in your view, I understand it is generated by the nuclear power plant shutdown. Is that correct?
Are you referring to these contemporaneous price studies? What price increase are you referring to here?
The price increases that you have used in your calculations. I thought it was, you had told us that you think that those are generated by the nuclear power plant shutdown.
In this analysis, which I'm referring to in the last section or penultimate section of my report, discussing this portfolio effect, I identify these particular studies which were available to Mr. Kaczmarek. So the proposition which I'm advancing is, in terms of the price increases, that this was information directly available to Mr. Kaczmarek, that he himself was looking at because he himself was referring to these studies. And therefore, when he says, and he has said, it's difficult to understand or to determine the difference between an ex-ante and a but-for case, well, he had some studies in front of him to look at in order to identify this price increase. He also had the evidence of what he likes to refer to as market observable inputs, the futures prices, that were also moving as between, according to him, as moving between March 10 and March 15th, and according to him, in response to an anticipation of the impact of the measures. So all of this is about information, evidence available to Mr. Kaczmarek. it's not my and the implications that can be drawn from it. These are not my price increases. As you know, I've done separate analysis, which I report also in respect of the 200 million euro potential increase in profits, which is an analysis of which is based on my own analysis of power price increases.
Well, let me rephrase the question then. Is it your view or is it not that the price increases that we have observed are generated by the measures?
Well, sorry, it's just really helpful if we're kind of precise there. When you say the price, when you say the prices that we have observed, which prices are you talking about? Are you talking about power prices?
Yes, power prices.
And when you say observed, do you mean observed in the reports, observed in my analysis?
In both of them, I mean, I'm asking for your analysis of the reason for these price increases that you have observed.
The reason for the price increases that occur in my analysis is as a function of the retirement or accelerated closures of the nuclear power plant,
yes,
the expectation of such, and the impact of those closures on the supply curve of generating plant, such that when you take a block of nuclear plant out of the supply curve, the whole supply curve shifts towards the left, or in other words, we have to run more expensive plant, such as coal and gas plant, more intensively in order to make up for that reduction in supply from nuclear plant. By virtue of running that more expensive plant more intensively, so average power prices go up, and the intramarginal plant, such as lignite, would pick up the benefit of that power price increase. So
but there are surely
that's my analysis, and my although there's not a huge amount of detail in these other reports as to how they directly have produced their own projections of power prices, and I'm sure you've seen that there's
Dr.
not a huge amount there. They nevertheless effectively are running similar power price models to the one that I've done. So I think they pick up a similar effect in terms of the shift in the supply curve.
But Dr. Cohen, there are other possible reasons for the price increase, I suppose, in addition to the nuclear power plant shutdown.
In these studies, effectively what they were doing is trying to isolate the impact of the shutdowns. So they were not directly exploring the potential impact of higher gas prices or higher coal prices, for example. The analyses were directed not on looking at the with high coal price, without high coal price. They were directed at looking at the impact of with and without nuclear.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a look at your presentation. If we could take a look at slide 4. Yes, and there you say the first bullet point, you refer to other studies. What other studies are you referring to there? You see that? Yes, other studies.
Yes, so
there is no reference to any other study as far as I can see.
Well, in my fourth report, I refer to the way in which I've derived the discount to commodity prices by reference to consistency with a sort of discount, as I mentioned later on in this presentation, to tables, reports produced by the Department for Energy and the European Commission.
Okay. If we take a look at slide 6. You said that at the second bullet point most stock market analysts reach target valuation in excess of actual stock market valuations. And that is a reference back to the analysis you've done in your fourth report, right?
Yes.
And then you say in the following bullet point, in other words, the discount rates. I mean, are you saying that that is a conclusion which necessarily follows from your comparison of target prices and actual prices? I'm a bit lost because I don't see how you can say in other words.
Professor Hubert, if I may be of assistance, although I don't want to interrupt in your cross-examination, is it not the same point as made in slide 14?
Well, we may get there.
Okay, sorry. Then I don't want to preempt your cross-examination.
So, I mean, to reformulate my question then, I mean, this conclusion that you seem to be reaching when you say, in other words, that is based on the differences in prices that you observe between analyst prices and actual prices. Is that correct?
It's more complicated than that. So the point is that Mr. Kaczmarek and Ms. Harden and the stock market analysts are all using approximately the same level of discount rate. The stock market analysts are also using central case power price projections. When these stock market analysts apply these discount rates to these cash flows that they estimate using central case power price projections, they reach a high valuation, not consistent with the value actually being placed on these shares in the stock market.
But Dr.
So
Cohen,
that's why I then say that simply using the discount rate as suggested by Mr. Kaczmarek does not fully account for investors' perceptions of risks in these utilities, because when these discount rates are applied with central case projections, they overvalue the companies. So something needs to change. Either the central case price projections need to change, or the discount rates need to change.
yes, okay. But
And when we go over the slide, we see that you can't change the discount rates.
Okay,
So what you need to change.
We'll get to the discount rates.
It's a complicated story, so that's why I think it's helpful to take it all together rather than breaking it up.
Gentlemen,
my
try
question,
to avoid overlapping. Huh?
Yeah, sorry, but my question is really this: when you say, in other words, the proof, if I may use that word, for your conclusion is to be found, in your view, in the differences in prices that you observe between what analysts say and what investors actually do. Is that correct?
In this area, yes.
Okay, so let's go to the discount rates then. The next slide, number 7. And first of all, this is a new argument that you're presenting now, because I don't remember having seen you discussing or criticizing the discount rates before. Isn't this something new?
No, Mr. Kaczmarek raises it.
Yes, but it's new from your side.
Well,
you haven't discussed this before.
I'm responding to points raised by Mr. Kaczmarek in my fourth report. That's correct.
Okay. Now, first of all, if we look at the first bullet point, or the only bullet point indeed, you say that the discount rates used both by Mr. Kaczmarek and Ms. Hardin are consistent with the low case price projection. And at the same time, you say that they do not provide the necessary risk adjustment. So I'm a bit confused here. When you say consistent, what do you actually mean when you say that they are consistent with the low case price projection?
I mean that the discount rates by themselves don't result in an appropriate valuation. You need to consistently use a low case price projection with those discount rates. when you're looking at future cash flows.
And the reason you need to, if I understand you correctly, and you in your view, you need to apply both a discount rate and a low case price projection. Is that correct?
I'm saying that the discount rate that is derived in the capital asset pricing model by looking at share price movements would be consistent with discounting cash flows supported by a low case price projection.
And the reason why that is necessary, if I understand you correctly, that to use only the discount rate to account for the risks that you see would not be sufficient.
To use only the discount rate that is of the same level as the ones being used by Mr. Kaczmarek and the stock market analysts and Ms. Hardin, yes.
So your solution, if I may say so then, is to use both the discount rate, and you seem to be accepting, for purposes of this discussion, the discount rate that they are using, together with your low case price projection. That is the solution, quote unquote, as you see.
The solution to the problem, so that the problem is when we're looking at trying to project cash flows and then reach a valuation with DCF analysis, and we have to do two things, abstracting from everything else. We have to determine an appropriate discount rate, and we have to work out how we're going to project those future cash flows on the basis of output times prices. So we have to have a solution to that particular problem. If we take a discount rate that is derived from market information, namely share price movements in the market, then I think we should also take a low case price projection, because that is consistent with the share price movements in the market. It's embodied in those shares, because that's how I argue, on the basis of my share price analysis, the way in which those valuations, those actual valuations by actual investors, was actually reached in the market.
So, but I suppose, at least theoretically then, that one could, to achieve the same result, if I may use that word, one could do it all via a discount factor.
You could, and there are problems with that.
But before you go on to the problems,
there are problems with doing that. Firstly, it's not consistent, would not be consistent with the capital asset pricing model determination of the cost of capital, which, as I said, is based on actual share price movements. Secondly, if you wanted to throw out the capital asset pricing model and use a discount rate, it's quite a non-transparent way of looking at the risks to which you're exposing yourself as an investor. And most investors, when they're looking at these sorts of acquisition purchases, like to have a forensic focus on the nature of the risks that they are getting themselves into. One of the key risks that they're getting themselves, they are accepting exposure to when they buy these such power plants without long-term fixed price contracts, is exposure to power prices. So these investors, when they do their analysis and they do their assessment, like to look at low case power price projections. And when they're risk averse, they will place more weight, or all of their weight, on such low case price projections as opposed to higher power price projections. It's a way of understanding what your analysis is actually telling you, to try to be as transparent with yourself as possible about the nature of the risks that are being transferred to you by the seller when you're entering into such a transaction, when you're completing such a transaction.
If you were to use only a discount factor, so to speak, and not your low case price projection, have you done any calculations on what such a discount factor would be like? I mean, how high would it be?
No, I haven't.
It would be pretty high, wouldn't it?
Well, as I say, I
mean,
don't know. Haven't done that analysis because, as I've explained, it's not, I think, the appropriate way to go.
Okay. If we go then to your slide number 9, again, you are referring to, I mean, they're referring to the benefit of hindsight, which is clearly an ex post approach you're taking there. But then you refer to ex ante evidence at the bottom of the page. And what kind of evidence is that you're referring to? There is no reference to
Well,
any
if you
evidence.
turn the slide, that's where we get to. And where we get to clearly is that sort of an outcome that I'm referring to there of outturn power prices tracking below a projection was a common ex ante experience at the time. That is precisely the message of the next slide.
Thank you. You said before that you raised the discount factor issue in your 4th report.
Yeah.
Could you tell me where in the 4th report?
Paragraph 37, if I recall, and footnote 16 is a couple of places. It's probably in some other places as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, a large part of your 4th report discusses the differences in share prices between what stock market analysts conclude and what actual buyers do. And there you're comparing share prices, right? Not power prices.
Correct.
So there is no automatic link between the two. I mean, if they have different views on share prices, doesn't necessarily mean that you have the same different view with respect to power prices, right?
Well, we have to go back to the utilities, the utilities of which the share prices are subject to the investigation here. So these are utilities which, as you say, have a range of activities, but including a substantial amount of generation. And the key point here is that when I'm looking at the repeated and systematic overvaluation of these utilities, I'm looking to try to find a systematic explanation as to why or how this overvaluation repeatedly arises. And Mr. Kaczmarek was pointing to the fact in his 4th report that the stock market analysts used central case power price projections. Now, power price projections are the single most important driver of performance, outturn profitability, valuation for the generation part of these utilities.
So the answer to the question is really no, isn't it? I mean, there is no automatic link between the two.
So when you say automatic, what
well,
are you
just because there are differences of opinion with respect to share prices doesn't automatically mean that there are differences with respect to power prices, right?
Well, I think it's a matter of trying to see the wood for the trees here. So if you take individual analysts may look at a range of factors that are driving their valuation of an individual company. Different analysts may weight different factors differently for the same company, and so result in different valuations for that same company. But one needs to distinguish between, if you like, idiosyncratic factors and systematic factors. So where I refer to idiosyncratic factors, these are factors which may affect only one company and not other companies, not systematically affect all companies. So you might expect analysts to reach different views around some of these idiosyncratic factors, to weight them differently across the different companies, and some might then result in high valuations, some might then result in low valuations. But what we find is that looking through all of that, systematically, there appears to be, or there is, on average, a very large overvaluation of these utilities by analysts. So I need to look for a systematic factor applying across all such utilities that's different from anything idiosyncratic, which might result in some overvaluations, some undervaluations. But through all of that, there's a systematic factor at work. And that's why I'm pointing to power price projections as that factor.
Okay, so if we take a look then at page 14 of your presentation, or slide 14, and again, you refer there in the fourth bullet point to the systematic overvaluation of shares. And I assume we're back to square one in a sense. We're back to the comparison you make between what analysts say and what investors do. And the likely, as you put it, the likely explanation is that investors have a low price projection that they're basing their decisions on.
Yeah, well, this was, if you like, this was the hair that Mr. Kaczmarek set running in his fourth report, where he said, oh, there are all these analysts out there which have buy recommendations, and they're all doing their projections on the basis of central case prices. So everything is good. We should take a central case price projection, and we should think that it's a good environment, good investment environment for buying utilities. So I was responding to that and looking to that, looking in more detail at that, and finding that in practice, despite these buy recommendations coming out from analysts, people weren't buying into it. Actually, the share prices were underperforming relative to these analysts' target prices.
And the likely explanation for that is your low case price projection.
No, it's not my low case price projection, which is the likely answer. All of these investors will have their own views around future power prices. What I'm saying is that they were discounting equivalent central case price projections systematically, and that would then lead to a systematic undervaluation relative to the stock market analysts. It's not some kind of mechanical, there is only one low case price projection out there. What there is a whole range of bearish views on price projections, more conservative, lower than the views of stock market analysts.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Dr. Onraad, please proceed with the redirect.
I have literally 2 minutes to regroup.
Right. Okay. Grant you 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. I'm back, but I want to avoid another coughing spree.
Right, okay. Dr. Conrad, always the danger with this type of things is that then one of the arbitrators disappears. But okay, he's back. All right. Please proceed, Dr. Conrad, with the redirect.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. FDI, could you kindly show again Dr. Cohen's slide 7? And at the transcript at 11:58:55 seconds, you were asked by Professor Robert, slide 7. And first of all, this is a new argument, then ellipsis. This is something new, question. Answer, no, Mr. Kaczmarek raised it. Question, but it is new from your side. Answer, well. Question, you have discussed this before. Answer, I'm responding to points raised by Mr. Kaczmarek in my fourth report. That's correct. Dr. Cohen, can you go to your fourth report? Sorry, FDI, actually. Could you go to Dr. Cohen's fourth report, paragraph 37? Paragraph 37, yes. And highlight paragraph 37 and footnote 16. Increase that, I meant make it legible for normal people. So the quotes I've just read out were from the transcripts, obviously. And at time of the provisional transcript, 12:06, 22 seconds, part of your answer read, you said before that you raised the discount. Oh, Professor Robert asked, could you, you said before that you raised the discount factor in your fourth report. Answer, yeah. Could you tell me where in your fourth report? Answer, paragraph 36, if I recall, footnote 16.
Paragraph 37.
What are we seeing here? I'm sorry, not 36. I'm getting tired. Footnote 16.
Yes, I did. Is there a question?
Would you like to expand?
I think it reads for itself, so I can read this into the record if that helps. Mr. Kaczmarek has argued that the risk represented by exposure to power prices is reflected in the discount rate used in DCF analysis. But this is only to the extent that the power price expectations used in any associated DCF analysis reflect prices at which market participants are willing to invest. I've shown by my analysis of stock market analysts' target prices relative to actual share prices that the power price expectations of equity investors were materially lower than central case projections of power prices, as indicated by stock market analysts' relatively high utility valuations resulting from their use of central case power price projections. Thus, the systematically low valuations of equity investors relative to stock market analysts may be explained by them systematically applying a discount to the relatively high price projections used by analysts. And footnote 16 goes on into the discount rate issue, which I responded to, which I expanded. Should I read that as well?
That's a choice. I think we're all seeing it. But
good.
Why don't you read it?
So an alternative explanation would be that equity investors are using a much higher discount rate in their
Okay, I'm going to ask you to slow down on your reading. You're increasing your speed. Thank you.
Sorry, David, sorry. So footnote 16 says, an alternative explanation would be that equity investors are using a much higher discount rate in their analysis than stock market analysts. But this is not borne out by the assessments of the appropriate cost of capital by Ms. Harden and Kaczmarek. They've each adopted a broadly similar weighted average cost of capital. In the case of Mr. Kaczmarek, 6.51%, and that's taken from table 14 of Mr. Kaczmarek's first expert report. And in the case of Ms. Harden, 6.52%, and that's taken from Appendix J of Ms. Harden's third expert report. These are similar to the WACC, that means the weighted average cost of capital used by stock market analysts. For example, Societe Generale use a WACC of 7.8% for valuing EDF, and that's taken from page 1 of my exhibit RC 183. And Commerzbank use a WACC of 6.3% for valuing E.ON, and that's taken from page 8 of my exhibit RC 186.
Thank you very much. FDI, could you show NAV 238, the prognosis report? And go to page 32. and you were asked a question on this part of the report, and at provisional transcript 114638, you said, could we go to figure 4.1 of this report? FDI, can you go please to figure 4.1 of this report? Robin, please say stop when he has reached the right point.
Yep.
Is that the
No, that's table 4.1.
No, you want the heading 4.1.
I want the figure. I can't remember the German for the, is it, there it is.
Yes, here.
Yeah, okay. If we can expand that. So Mr. Hobert was raising the point that in this study, there's a reference, and it's the one study which has got a possibly significant increase in the price of euros, of some €4. That's against a market price of around 16 euros. The other studies either have 0 or very small increases. So he's raising the possibility there that euro increase in an EUA price would have impacted the profitability of the lignite power stations. And what this chart is showing here is the increase or the change in terawatt hours output of the various power stations as between the different scenarios. So at 2015 there, we've got the exit scenario. So that's the actual scenario. And we have the but-for scenario in the bar chart next to it. And what this is showing is the terawatt hours assumed in these different scenarios from the different types of plant. And the brown coal or the lignite plant is shown there at 134 terawatt hours of output in the exit scenario, which is higher than the output in the but-for scenario of 128. And you can see if you track forward to 2020, it's in the same comparison, it's 99 plays 86. So what's actually going on there is an increase in brown coal output, notwithstanding the increase in the EUA price. Further indicating the benefits or advantages received by the lignite stations in the actual scenario.
Maybe we leave the slide on. Where is lignite on the merit order curve?
It's shortly after nuclear, so it's before black coal and before gas.
And taking 8 nuclear power plants off the grid, which types of raw material for electricity production would increase the production? So the terawatt hours. I'm not talking euros, but terawatt hours.
Well, we're then looking at increases also in gas production, so using gas, and also in coal production. And you can see that also in this chart here. Say in 2020 for gas, in the exit scenario, we have 68 versus I think 48 is a number there. So that's showing the increase in gas production, which is in percentage terms much more than we see with the lignite, because the lignite are already running close to their full capacity.
Sorry, when you say at full capacity, that means in the with or without measure scenario, or both? What do you mean?
Well, before any measures, they're already, because as I mentioned, they're towards the left-hand side of the merit order, because they have low marginal costs. They're already running close to full capacity, as much as they can. But clearly, there's a bit more that they can run when they get an advantage to do so. as shown in this chart.
And who's making the price?
The price setting plant are going to be the coal and gas plant, largely, not exclusively, but for most of the time.
What does that mean if I'm a lignite electricity producer?
What that means is that you are an intramarginal producer, so you pick up as a profit, as an incremental revenue, the gap between your own marginal costs and the marginal costs of the next most expensive stations, which are the gas and coal-fired power stations. So that's the premium, that's the margin that you earn, because you're not price setting. The price setting is being determined by these more expensive stations that are at the margin and are, as a consequence, setting the price. So you will get the price set by them, and you will then, as a result, pick up as a profit contribution the gap between your marginal costs and these prices set by the more expensive coal and gas plant.
Yeah, sorry if I'm being dumb. You've used a lot of big words in describing that. If you break that down to the housewife or husband, the homemaker, as the Americans say, homemaker level.
Well, if we go back to the question, which is what determines the profitability of lignite plant? Profitability is basically determined by the marginal costs of gas and coal plant.
That's still not housewife level, I'm sorry. So profit is, you have cost, you get a price on the market and you deduct costs from it.
Yes,
and what
Chairman, I
remains,
think I have to intervene here because I think we're getting far beyond the redirect. This is a new presentation. I accept that you talk about this table, but we're now moving far ahead.
But we are still somewhere at the table, but indeed we are a little bit far away, Dr. Conrad. But if I may, one question here. I have myself a question, Dr. Cohen here in that connection. Why is it that the price setting is by coal and gas fired plants and not by the lignite plant?
So why is
the price setting by coal and gas fired plants and not by the lignite plant?
Can we go to my first report where there's a figure which I think may help everybody?
Your very first report?
My very first report.
13 August 2014?
Yes. And we go to basically to figure 5. Which is page 25.
Yeah. Yep.
There. Sorry, you got it on 24. It's a different pagination.
I have it in front of me. Thank you.
Okay. So this is this stylized merit order of the German generation market. And what it shows is the contributions of different generation capacities ranked in order essentially of their marginal operating cost. And essentially the marginal operating cost is a cost of translating a fuel input, gas, coal, uranium, into an output megawatt hour. And we see here renewables like wind, which basically have a zero marginal cost. The next most expensive is lignite. Then we get, next most expensive is nuclear. Then we get lignite, coal, gas turbines coming on, and gas power stations there. So we then have So that's essentially the supply curve.
Oh, yeah, okay. I remember, Dr. Cohen. Thank you very much. But okay, maybe for the rest you would like to explain it.
So
I understand the point, and I don't know about my Charles Brower.
Judge Brower, you would have a refresher? No, you're on mute.
He's muted.
Not with respect to this. I'll have other questions.
All right, okay, but wait a moment. Let's first finish Dr. Conrad's.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Conrad, can you move now to another subject? Because you are.
I have one question literally left.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you move away from the other figure table, or the figure we had on the screen, the 4-1.
We can leave this table this figure here on the table, because I'm going to refer to the protest by Kai Hobert when I asked whether price minus costs is profit, and he suggested I was exceeding the scope of redirect. And that is by quoting from the record at 11:38, second 54. And I quote, it's a bit of a longer quote. Professor Hobert, you also assumed that the increased electricity price have translated directly into an increase of profits. Right. Answer, that follows from the assumption in this analysis that the marginal costs may change. And then there's a bit of back and forth. And at 11:39, second 58, Professor Hobert, normal economic financial calculation of profit would include that you subtract those things that you just mentioned. Answer, and repeat again the thing which is you subtract. Question by Professor Hobert, costs, depreciation, tax, interest, and other expenses. So Professor Hobert, I was within the scope of redirect, wasn't I? Well, no answer is an answer, and that concludes my redirect.
Right, I see my colleagues would like to ask questions. I see Judge Bauer, please proceed.
Yes. You have said, Mr. Cohen, that the discount rates by Ms. Harden and Kazmarek were consistent with, essentially consistent. They were okay, but I understand if applied to a lower net revenue factor.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. So actually arithmetically or mathematically, the same result that you seek would be achieved if the risk factor in the discount rate were adjusted to produce the same result. That's just a mathematic point, but you're saying that's just actually not the way to approach it. You have to deal with the you have to reduce the cash flow by a cost factor.
Yes, otherwise you're breaching, I think, the way in which the discount rates are determined in accordance with the capital asset pricing model, and you're acting in a way that's not consistent with the way investors would actually approach these valuations.
I understand. If you're going to do repairs on a car, you've got to do it the right way. You can't change the parts in any way. You have or you have not in your reports, and I think the focus is on your fourth report, produced a precise figure for what you refer to as the portfolio effect. I take it that must be the case, since you've say that you have not applied to the what I refer to as the gross figure that you have put forward, taxes, and there's a question about the CO2 EU certificates and so on and so forth. So we don't really have a bottom line number from you. Is that right?
No, you don't have a bottom line number from me. I'm establishing, I think, the proposition that the gap between ex ante and but for prices matters, that it leads to a potentially, well, does lead to a substantial impact on the profitability of Vattenfall's other plants. In order to actually calculate that impact on their profitability, I'd need quite a bit more information from Vattenfall about not just its lignite plant, but also about its gas and coal plant. So that's why I presented this as a indicative calculation to establish the proposition that this is a substantive point.
Is it the case that when you say Vattenfall, you're referring to every company that the parent company in Sweden has some interest in, either as a partially owned subsidiary or a wholly owned subsidiary?
In relation to these other plant, yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
And they're in different countries. Is that right?
Well, here I'm just referring to the ones in Germany.
You mean other than Brockdorf and Kormel?
Yes. So I know they own other plant in other jurisdictions, other geographies.
Well, it was not in your report, I guess, but we've seen in another report the point made with plants throughout Scandinavia, the United Kingdom, in addition to Germany. But I'll leave that. All right. So you just treat those two companies that have Brockdorf and Kormel as not as separate corporations.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Hello, do you have any questions?
I'm trying to get it coherent. And you referred earlier on to Mr. Kaczmarek's allusion to the difficulty of disentangling the effects of Fukushima and other external prices, and said that it was perfectly possible to do it, and there were all sorts of experts out there who did. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? And how would you go about the business of distinguishing between the effects, between the economic effects of the measures which are contested in this case, which are found to be breaches of the ECT, from price movements which are the result of other factors?
So if we're just focusing on power prices here, these models, such as the one that I use, such as the ones that these other analysts use, take as inputs a whole stack of data around the nature of the generating capacity, as is illustrated on the chart on your screens here, the operating performance and efficiency of these plants, and the input fuel price assumptions and EUA price assumptions going forward, and projections of demand going forward, effectively half hour by half hour through each year of the projection. And these models then what's called dispatch, or they select the most efficient plant to run in order to meet demand in any particular time slot or time period. And they'll go on selecting the most efficient plant until demand is satisfied. So at periods of low demand, they'll pick the nuclear and the lignite and a bit of coal. At periods of high demand, they'll move on to pick more expensive plant. And the prices in each of these time slots is then determined by the most expensive plant that is on the system to meet that last unit of demand. And these models can then run forward 20 years, 40 years to calculate these prices. That's a kind of high level simplified view. These models, I think, are reasonably accurate. I've shown that in my reports. So what you can do with these models is just change one assumption or one set of assumptions and then examine the differences or the impact of that one set of assumptions on the price which is calculated. So if we take, in the present case, the shutdown of these nuclear power plant at dates different from they would otherwise have shut down on, we can compare prices in our models that arise only from changing that one set of assumptions.
That's helpful, but I'm primarily interested in the effect on the price of the shares in the business, in the value of the business.
Well, that's moving into Ms. Hardin's territory, I think, in terms of then taking one of these very important drivers of value, which is power prices, which is kind of the work I've been doing, and then translating that into a evaluation of the overall business.
Right. Okay, that's a perfectly fair point. I'll ask her when she comes. Thanks very much.
Are there any follow-up questions, Professor Aubert, for questions arising out of what the tribunals asked? Dr. Conrad?
No questions.
Thank you. Dr. Conrad?
No further question.
Thank you. Dr. Grant, thank you for testifying. You're no excuse as an expert witness. I look, we are a little bit over time, but are there any questions of procedure admin that the party would like to address? Professor Aubert?
No, not from our side.
On the respondent side, Dr. Conrad?
As to transparency, we note that the only confidential information was the remuneration for Mr. Seiler. We've checked with Mr. Seiler, and with Mr. Seiler has agreed that no censorship, no blanking out is needed, and the videos can be put online as they are.
Professor Aubert, is it the same position for the claimant? Consult your client.
I think we need to talk to our client first and could send you an email perhaps at a later point to confirm or not confirm.
Yeah, would be appreciated. Thank you. Then we see each other tomorrow at 12 CT. Wish you a good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.